Hello. Please don't start with the po 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 po. You should have found the actual horn. You don't want us to start with this fight, please. First thing this year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
New season of taping. Hi, everybody. We've missed you guys. Oh, I missed you, girls.
Vuvu, you are muted.
Yes, I'm muted because Ompi is here, so I don't want to echo. Hi,
Yes.
friend. Hey, hey.
Hi.
Oh, my word.
It's been a while, guys. Like, it feels like December was
Forever.
a long time. At the same time, when it's back to school, it feels like it was a short time. Like, yeah, no.
Yo, this week especially. I don't
This
even
week
want
felt like this week felt like 5 weeks. Okay. And now by the time today I was fetching the kids, I was like, no. What's going on? What's happening? Hey, bo.
How did we survive a week with the kid?
It was not even a full week. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to
That's
say. Is
the
that
thing.
but it felt like it was 5 weeks.
It felt like,
It felt like it was 5 weeks. Even for us on the other side, when it's not just you. Trust me. It felt like yo.
Yo. And then it was the first time gay being at the school when the school
Beginning of the year. Yes.
It was hectic. But yeah, we made it. We here. Yeah.
We made it. We made it, guys.
At least,
Even
thank
if the
God.
holidays are
Because
short.
the bundle of joys are crying, being dramatic. You don't know what to do. The child wants their mom. You like.
Mine did not cry. But I never expected them to cry. But they did not
I
cry. They were never gonna cry.
Yo.
I knew they were not gonna
Yeah.
cry.
They are getting lost. It's just a whole mess.
And they're new ones, ne? The new
They
kids.
are new ones. You don't remember their names. You don't remember their faces. It's just
Yeah.
And they keep
No.
on correcting you. No, that's not my name.
Yeah.
That's not my name.
My daughter said, so she's in a new school, so I keep asking them every day how's school. I don't know, everybody here is nice, it's a nice school, but my only problem is I have to keep reminding people what my name is. They don't remember my name. I'm like, it's only J3, Jomi. You probably don't remember other kids' names as well. It's not just you, please.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Now we even made them the grade ones especially. We made name tags for them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Shame. But how have you guys been? Because we haven't. I know we've been chatting.
Ompi's muted.
Sana, we've lost the system. We don't know what we are doing. Eh?
You guys forgot the system. Come on.
Can you hear me?
The thing is, I can't confirm because I can hear you. I can hear you, and I don't know if I'm hearing you from the computer or from the room.
Nancy, can you hear me?
I can hear you now
Yes,
from the
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay.
I was
I'm
saying
saying
how
everybody has a little emoji.
I have
I have my current read that I'm reading on my phone. And everybody has like star. Oh, Nancy is a star, and Charity is a black heart. And of course the worker bee. But you're not working. What do you mean? I've been reading. Guys. Oh, yeah. I don't know why did I do what I like. Why did I sign up? Why did Nunti and Vuvu?
No. Ungasifaki. Before you proceed, ungasifaki. Start your story again.
Okay. I was gonna read what I'm currently reading, but then I was like, no, actually, it's January. I still have that. You know that what do you call it?
Better to break your heart early. Better to break your heart early than later in the year.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to do. I was like, actually, I've got the energy.
We start
Let me
sad.
just
We're gonna end the year in a
And
happy
happy.
mode.
Yeah.
Crying,
Yeah.
emotional
yeah.
now. We're hectic.
Now I'm just like, Aleleni, it's just me.
We've got the lady poison gift.
Poison me.
Don't make me laugh. You do not make me laugh. But otherwise, maybe you should tell the peoples about our book club.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me before I continue?
No.
Yes.
Georgie,
Yes, I can hear you.
Georgie says yes. Okay. So guys,
Then is it me?
we have formed the Foodie Book Club.
What's going
Boom, boom, boom,
Boom, boom, boom,
We started last week, the
boom.
8th of January. That is our anniversary, right? Right. It's fine.
That's that. That's
We
right.
are on Book Clubs, the app. We just download the app and then you sign up. We have a link. Ooh,
You guys can also go onto our Instagram highlights, right? I think on all of our pages to find out about how to join the book club. We've got like a specific highlight for the book club where you can find the link. So should we not remember to put it up anywhere, it will definitely be either on Ompile Charity Notly or my Instagram highlights.
Yeah, boy. We've been
Yeah,
having so much,
boom.
not so much fun.
Okay, now I can hear you, Omp.
She can't hear you. She can't hear you.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Oh, now I can hear you. I don't know. Your sound is on and off.
Are you talking?
No, you can.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, but I was about to say, but we can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
how?
Mm.
This is the book.
That we started with, guys. We are currently reading oh, we've got the same covers. I love it for us. Somebody needs to take a screenshot of this. Come on, this is
Omp,
epic.
please
Same
take a
covers.
picture.
Hey. Anyway, so while she's doing that, this is the first book that we picked for the book club. The book club is pretty flexible. There are no demands really on there. If you want to read a book with us, you'll read with us. If you don't want to read the book and you're already a member, you don't have to read. Next week, we're planning to have our first book club virtual meeting. So if you are on the club, you will get those details. But this is the first book we're reading. We plan to read a book a month. And by the end of Sunday, we're meant to be at the end of part 4 of this book. I, for one, I'm quite behind. I'm towards the end of part 2 because
Same.
I've had a rough week.
Same.
But I will definitely try my best to catch up by the end of Sunday because when we do discuss next week, we should be at the end of part 4. But we know it's a heavy one. Everybody that we see reading this book cries. Everybody who tells us about this book says, "Don't do it to your hearts." But we did it. We chose it. We did it. And I know that we spoke to you guys about it last year as well. And people had been asking, when are we reading the book? When are we reading the book? And I suppose that's part of the people that ended up giving us such a warm reception when the book club did start, because we started with a book that we know that we had said we want to read with you guys. So this is she. We are reading A Little
Can you
Life by Hanya Yaku.
Yeah.
I always butcher her surname, Yana Kihara. So that's that. And I haven't cried yet. Do you know why I haven't cried yet in this book? It's sad and I am a crier, but you know when you are, because you've heard so much about how sad this book is, nah? And you feel like
Waiting for the saddest.
this is not it. This is not like, if you start crying now, you'll not finish this book. Don't cry now.
Don't
So
do
that's
it.
how I'll be feeling. I'm
Don't
like,
do it.
don't cry now, otherwise you will not get through this book. Hold your tears, relax. So that's how I've been
Yeah,
feeling.
no, I'm also holding my tears.
Yeah, relaxing. Yeah, no.
I'm also ready for anything. Yeah. I've been emotionally ready for this book. It's been a long time
No,
now.
I don't want to lie to you. I mean, I've never been emotionally ready for this book, but I've been wanting to read this book. Emotionally ready. Never. I've never been. Even the stuff that I've read so far, I'm not ready for it. It's not something that I've been ready for, but it's something that has to happen. You know,
It
you
has.
know when you have, I have to read this book, so I'm reading this book, but I'm not ready.
Is anyone ever ready?
I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't think you can hear Ompila. Ompila saying, "Is anyone ever ready?" But Unonti said she just said she was ready.
Emotionally. Yeah. I didn't know what the story was, but my
Mm.
emotions were like, girl, you can do this.
Time.
It's about
It's time.
time. Yeah.
Yeah,
The time is now. It's either now or
yeah.
never. Mhm.
So, I shall
Yes,
feel
I'm on.
my little life. It's your time to shine.
Jay, your time is now.
No worries. No worries. I see Scorpio rising is here. Hello, Scorpio rising. Happy New Year. Should I read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, she says, I can't put it on here because I don't have access to. She says, "Hey everyone, I haven't started reading A Little Life yet. However, I hope to make some progress this weekend." You will definitely, if you've got some time downtime, that's the perfect time to start, because I will say this about the author. I love a book that's well written. It's very well written. It flows.
Please
You
mute.
don't stumble. Oh, please mute. You don't stumble on the story, right? So it makes it very easy for you. For me, for example, part one flew by very quickly. I did not realize that that part was done until I was like, seriously, we're done with part one, and it's got 7 parts if I'm not mistaken. It looks like a chunker. That's the other thing with this book, right? It looks like a chunker, and I expected it to be like, oh, it is. I was about to say I expected it to be 700 and something pages, but for some reason, when I saw it was 700 and something pages, I didn't think it was that long. Maybe it's because it's broken up into 7 parts. I don't know. Something doesn't feel like it's as long as I thought it was. If you hear what I
You know
mean.
what? It's
Um,
exactly like Covenant of Water. As thick
mhm,
as intimidating as it looks, it just goes, guys. I think it's
mm,
giving
so
the same. Yeah.
I
It looks
hear you.
thick, but it goes. It goes. The
Yeah,
story is there. Mm.
I hear you. I'm gonna
That's
mute
why I
too.
also was like okay with it. Can you hear me, Nonti?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
great. I was also like, you know what? It as intimidating as this is the biggest book I've ever read. Ages. I don't actually think I've read anything this big. I was like, I'm gonna give myself the challenge. I'm gonna start the year with a big book and see how it goes. But I'm definitely reading only 12 books for the year because pressure. But we'll see.
Getting worse.
Oh, this is
You cracking, friend?
okay.
Mm.
It's okay. I'm gonna greet. Hi, Pearl. Happy New Year to you
New
too. Hi,
Year.
Audible. Hi, Tepo. Maybe you can go to Tepo's message. I couldn't read that.
Okay.
It's Bookish Friday night. Yes. Hi, Bibliophiles. Compliments of the reading sprint season. Yes, I love it. I love it. Compliments to you too. I know people say that ends maybe within the second week of second week of January, but we haven't seen each other. So happy New Year, guys. We wish you all the best of 2024. We can't wait together here every month, and distress and laugh about fictional people doing silly things or sad things. In this case, guy, little life. I don't know if you're gonna laugh, but you know what I mean. You get me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so Pearl says, okay, so we're reading A Little Life. I'm here for it. Yes, Pearl. I don't know if you've seen our book club. We started our book club on the 8th of
No, she's not on social media.
January. Oh, you're not. So okay, fine. Ompila is gonna find the link. So we started our book club on the 8th of January. We've had a warm reception all around. We are running it on an app called Book Clubs, where we communicate everything in terms of the reading schedule, the virtual meetings, etc., etc. So we did start a little live on the 8th of January. Ompi will share the link on the comments with you guys, but I just wanted to show you guys the app. I don't know if you guys will be able to see. It's this one. with the it's this one. Book clubs is what it's called. One word, book clubs, plural. And you can just follow the link that Ompi is gonna share. It's gonna go straight into our book club, and then you can just become a member on there, and you will see which books we read and when. We plan to read a book a month, and there's no pressure on the book club. If you feel like the month's choice is not something that you're into, you don't have to read it. If we schedule a meeting that you can't make, you don't have to attend. If halfway through the book you feel like you don't feel like finishing it, it's not your jam, you don't have to finish it. So it's really a very relaxed type of environment, because we felt like there's already a lot of pressure in the world. Really, we don't need to do that with the book club. So far, it is definitely just a virtual space, and we've selected the first 3 books of the year. So the first quarter is already covered. After A Little Life, we are doing Will Smith's autobiography, so that's going to be for February. And then after February, the next book is Sisterhood. What's it called?
Yes.
Sisterhood, something.
Oh, I'll tell you now.
Something about sisterhood. So the link is there. Ompila has put it up, and you guys can just click on that to join the book club. So we are reading A Little Life at this point. End of last Sunday, we were meant to be at the end of part 2. End of this Sunday, we're meant to be at the end of part 4, which is somewhat halfway through the book. So we'll have our first virtual meeting next week, which will be communicated on the app that you'll be joining the club on. So there's it about the fully booked book club.
I
I
wanted
wanted
to
to
say,
say, you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Say the name of the book which Vovo was trying to say is the next one. Is that the next one? Yes.
No, it's the third one.
There's
Let me see if I
a
can
life.
get.
Okay. To my sisters, a guide to building lifelong friends. So
That's the second one. The next one.
Awesome! You've got them all. You've got them all, girl.
Me.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, book 2, book 3.
A girl is focused. Huh?
Yes,
A girl is
yes,
on top
yes.
of her game.
You know
I
what?
love it for you. I love it for you.
Hmm.
Where did you drop off? Hey, this host, guys. I don't know what's going on.
Don't be
2024.
what you don't pick, no.
I don't know what's going on. But Bodybull says, share your reading goals with us, please. Haven't done mine yet, so need some ideas. Personally, in terms of numbers, my goal this year is 60 books. 60 I found is my comfort zone, because at least I get to read about 5 books a month. Some months are better than that. So I've decided to stick to 60 books. I am definitely trying to read more memoirs this year. At the end of last year, I read Caster Semenya's memoir. Guys, if you do not have, I read it via Libby, right? If you do not have a copy of that book, I'm going to buy it. The emotions that I went through, yeah, it is so well written. It is like Nage. I've always said, I've always had a secret crush on Okasta. I love her to bits. I love her to bits, right? So discovering just her personality, never mind the things that we know were unjust that were done to her, just her personality through the book. It was, I don't know the last time a book made me feel happy and sad at the same time. I was like, what's going on? What's going on? But it is brilliant, brilliant. It's like, if you don't read a memoir this year, let it be the only one you read. That book is so good. It's so good. So I'm reading more memoirs this year, and my goal, like I'm saying, is 60 books, and I'm trying to make sure that I also read more South African literature. Those are like my 3 things. So 60 books, more memoirs, and more South African literature. So that's me this year.
Okay, so for me, I'm always stuck between, it's either the one year I do maybe like 38 books, I don't reach 40, or when I just do reach 40, it's like 42, 43. So yeah, I'll still decide between 40 and 50 if where I'm comfortable with. But this year I want to read. I feel like this last year I didn't read as much as I would have loved. But yeah, this year I wanna see how this year goes. Also, I'm planning on reading more of my nonfiction because guys, I have a whole nonfiction shelf of books I have never touched. So I'm planning on doing that as well, and more local books, local meaning South African books. I also have quite a few, not a few, a lot. I have a lot, guys. I have, I think, more than 20 titles of South African books. So yeah, that's what I'm also hoping to do, and more African books in general. Read more, more, and more and more of that. So yeah, guys, with the type of work and life I'm living, I don't know if I can ever read like 100 books in a year. That would be a miracle, maybe including audiobooks. um I don't know what else that goes fast. Audiobooks, maybe a lot of poetry because it's short books. Maybe I can get there, but guys, that would be an entire celebration. Yo, 100. Pearl, I see. Yo, yeah, otherwise, that is that. And if I do exceed 50, then it would be really, really nice. But yeah, 50 is like my, I think, maximum. But yeah, it's because I feel like it's because I sometimes pick up thick books and then yeah, they take a while. Are you guys, what are you guys refilling some glasses? Hmm? Okay, say something.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, I was saying, Boo was trying to, yeah, refill my cup, but then she was also trying to say, last year she said she wanted to read was it 70? Yeah, ended up reading 70 books, even though she had a target of 60. So, yeah, you could,
Mm,
like, I'm dropping my target now. That's one of my goals. I'm on a target uh, 24, but 12 is the official one on my Goodreads. But
okay.
last year I read the my eight. That
Yeah, I know your sound friend. Your sound friend. So, guys, do share in the comments what are you guys reading? What are your reading goals? What are you looking forward to reading most this year? Please do share with us. P, are you going to read the comments maybe in the meantime? Okay. Okay, that is the link for our book club, which is called the Fully Booked Book Club, which is on the app called Book Clubs. You can download it, or you can download the app and follow the link. It will take you straight to our book club. And then Pearl says, I'm so excited for the book. Book club, yay! Reading with Temple says, hi Pearl, happy bookish new year. Looking forward to learning new killer words from you.
Oh, Galile. So early. We've just arrived. Hey, we've just arrived. We have just arrived. Please.
We just
Sarah.
arrived.
We've
Just
just
arrived.
arrived.
We just arrived.
Please. Please. Please.
Yo,
By the
yeah,
way, we
no, guys,
didn't even
thank
say
you so much.
Charity is here. She just had to quickly go run a very quick errand. She'll be back. We did not even mention to you guys, but
Oh,
she's
yes.
coming. Yes.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay, did we read that one?
Yes.
Yes.
Suppose 100 books.
Yo,
Yeah.
yo,
So I don't know what Opi was saying. Opi didn't listen to me. I said that not last year. Last year, whoever's on my WhatsApp knows that I was racing. It was a race to what's this, to 60, right, at the end of the year, because last year was also not a good reading year for me. So I knew that I wanted to read 60 books, though I wanted to maintain that. The year before, I set my reading goal to 50, and I ended up reading 70 books. And it was not even a lot of audiobooks. I just think that sometimes reading is seasonal in that sense, that you have that
Yes.
1 year where you're just gobbling everything up, or maybe the books that you read are really books that align with you. So every time you pick up a book, and obviously the time is also a thing, right? When less things are happening, you are more in your zen, whatever, because you have to be in a certain space to be able to read. But honestly, I think it is possible to read 100 books. But Nami, I'm just because I've never set it as a target, because I think I'd feel the pressure getting worse and worse.
So what I don't understand is, did Tepo double his goal? Did he do 53 last year and he wants to do 100 this
Can
year?
you go back to that comment, Ompi? He says did 53 on Goodreads last year. So I don't know if when he says on Goodreads, it means that maybe he didn't capture all of them. Or what? I don't know.
Okay. Hi, Tepo. Hi, ladies. Ompi, I can't hear you.
Ompi or Nontle. No, Ompi is sitting here saying, I hate that I can't hear Nontle. Nontle is here saying, Ompi, I can't hear you. Something is going on, and I think
The
Ompi, you
connections
need
are
to
not
check
connecting.
yourself, because I can hear Nontle, but I can't hear
Oh.
you on the laptop. So,
say something,
Must
Ompi. Maybe I
I?
can hear you. Because it is Ompi's sound is on, then it's
Let
off.
me
I
do
can hear
this,
you
Tommy.
now.
Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna take off.
I can hear her now.
Okay.
Oh, you can hear me now. Sorry, I can
Can
also
you hear
you.
her?
Yes.
Okay, then she must read the comments. Read the comments on P.
That one that's on screen now. I can't hear Ompi now.
Okay, there's a lot going on. So let me take my suggestion. I'm going to take off my AirPods, and we're gonna use my sound from my computer. So you're gonna have to project. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I can take.
Guys, it's just a minor technological
Yeah.
hiccup. These things,
Yeah.
they happen. Yeah. So I don't know. Can you guys hear? So Ompi, mute yourself,
Okay.
but you can talk so that we can check if they can hear you.
I have muted myself. Embodied
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Says Tepo. That's a huge number. Happy reading. Hi, Tepo. Yeah.
No, it's big. It's big.
It's big. Koketo, hi Koketo. Hello.
Sorry, it was the Caster Semenya memoir, A Race to Myself. The Race to Myself. Oh, yeah, to be myself. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's beautiful, guys. Trust me, you want to read it.
I've seen
I
good.
want to read
it.
I want to read it.
I want to buy a physical copy, even though I read an ebook. I want to buy a physical copy to reread. Oh, I know I had fun with that one, Jam. It was.
Process. I think I'm comfortable at 100 books. I read 110 last year, and it was a mission.
Ooh.
But you did it.
So the mission was the 10 books. Sana, your life.
Was the
10 books. It was not the 100. So I want people to read this thing properly. Her mission was not getting to 100. It was getting to 110.
110.
She's comfortable with.
Yes.
She's comfortable with 100. The 10 is the problem.
That one. Yes. I bought the book.
Please do. Did you?
I got
Oh, I phone. I say, guys, yo.
Yeah, I grabbed it.
No, I want it.
My reading goal is 30 again this year. Yes.
That's a nice goal.
This is comfortable.
Yeah. I think he's 30.
Yes. Prime time. Happy New Year. I'm
Happy
excited
New
to start
Year.
reading a little life with you guys. The book has been in my shelf for a while, just catching dust. Yes.
Same.
One time, you're not alone. You are not alone. I've had this for 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
I think it was not last year, it was the year before.
Was it
Yeah.
last year?
It wasn't last year.
No.
2
Yeah.
years.
I should have that book. And then I got rid of it.
And yes, all I know is that.
Jana.
Who did you give it to? Because this is not the one that you got rid
No,
of.
no, no. I had a big book sale. I got rid of
Oh, so you got rid of this book?
No, it's not that book.
What are you looking at? What book are you talking about?
But I'm not.
Hey, cut. Prima.
Fun.
If I
Hi.
value. I value. Oh my
The book is best.
God. John, huh?
Listen.
So Tsapo and Pearl, this is now something else that you guys are doing together. 100.
100.
The other one with his percentages, the other one with her words.
Yeah.
Okay. So which means end of the year, we are expecting 200 books from this print. From this
By
print.
November, this is gonna be it. Be like, where are they? Where are they?
Tsepo says looking forward to rereading some of my DNF 2023 this year. Oh, okay. So you'll start from scratch. From, let's say, like I will shelve a book, and then when I read it again, when I pick it up again, I'm gonna start from scratch.
No. It depends, Chomi. You know that other book, Mina? There's a book. Remember what I told you? I think I said I read it for 2 years. The old drift. The old drifting.
Oh, it is big.
Every time I went back to it, I picked up where I left off and get home. And going back to the beginning. I read that book for 2 years.
Hi, Bo.
2 years. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe I read it for a year, but definitely it was a year. It was not a
Like a few weeks.
month.
Yeah.
And then I'd pause it because it's
Is it complicated?
it's a complicated story, but it's not. It's like one of those sagas, right? Family saga stories. But
With the
it's very
tree and the map.
It is a very peculiar and it's very strange to a degree, right?
Yeah.
And so sometimes you have to have an appetite for the strange. Otherwise, you just reading for the sake of looking at words on paper. I don't even want to call it magical realism, but maybe it is. Maybe it's an element of magical realism. But there's something weird that happens somewhere in the story, and you're like, okay, chum.
I do have that book.
All right.
It's one of those.
You know
It
what?
is. I think it's a great book. Like, even though I'm saying it to me, it's a really great book. Like, but
Yeah.
but
It's like you just gave what there's this book I read, I listened to. It was on script. What is it now? I don't know if it's maybe someday. No. No, I have to check.
someday
I have
maybe.
to check this book. I'll tell you. It sounds more like what Vuvu is saying. It's a good book. It does come out as weird there and there, but everything makes sense. Everything makes sense, and there's also like magical
At the
realism.
end, you're like, no, this is brilliant. Well done. Like, how does your mind work? But then during the process, you're like, yeah.
Exactly the same. I'll tell you when I get to it. I don't know why this thing is so slow. But yeah, it's giving that's exactly how I felt about this book. I just saw the cover. I was attracted by the cover. I had nothing.
If you are here to control me, you need to drop the years. How many years?
No, I read it this one for I think it was 2 months.
I knew she was gonna say months. I knew it. And she does not know my struggle. This one.
But I kept on going back. I would listen to it, and then I would pause and I'll read whatever I'm reading. And then maybe the following week I'll go back. I listen. You know, when I felt like listening to something, that would be my girl. And I made it.
In that 2 years, I think you guys, some of you might follow Brown Girl reading Didi. Didi had a read along of this book of the old drift. Where was I? I signed up. She broke it down into nice like readable chunks. Whatever. This one, Unamwali said no to me. Even there, like by the time they had the first question, I was like, no.
This is the name of the book that I'm talking about. Things They Lost by Okwiri Oduo, something like that. Okwiri Oduo, Things They Lost. That's the book. When you get a chance, just maybe like check it out. It blew me away in a way, but I was like, wow, what am I reading? But you like keep going back, you know? It was actually interesting. It was amazing. I think I gave it a 4.5, if not a 5-star. Also, another thing I want to do this year, guys.
This book, it's a family saga, but there are also insects that have. It sounds like mantune, but kuna insect. But the book is definitely good. It's worth the hype. It's just like, how does your mind work?
Yeah.
That's all that
Okay. Who says I try and target 40 the most I've read in a year is 30.
Okay.
That's also,
and also that's a nice target. Like now I used to say to myself that because there was a point where I also, if I read 6 books a year, I was happy. Hey, I was like, I've done it. I've read a book from cover to cover. I'm happy. And when I was like, when my kids were so young, I was like, if I do 12, I'm great. Nah? And then as they grew older, the more that I realized that I do have time, and I do actually, for me, I found that it's something that I'm dependent on. So I need to read, right? It's even if I don't tell you about the book I read, whatever, there's some books that I realized that last year I never even mentioned to anyone, never recommended, but I enjoyed. It's because it's become a dependency. So when I realized that I could do 12, I decided, okay, let me try for 20. When I saw that I could do 20, I was like, okay, let me try for 30. So I do believe in those 10 book increments because sometimes they work out and sometimes they don't, because like I'm saying, it's a seasonal thing. The year that you've had determines how much you can read. But I think that 10 book increments make sense.
Yeah, true. Okay, Pearl is saying hi to Good Kitso, and Volleyball says, does she read the audio?
Gompilo. Which one is that one? Because even this one I would listen to into in that year, there was both the book and the audio. True, I mean, they were both there together, and we were. I think so. Day after day, and she was asking, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Thank you, but no thanks. Bye. You yeah. Which one? Which one?
That one.
Oh, Drift?
Yeah.
I didn't get it on Libby. I just showed you the copy.
No,
the audio. No, it was on Audible.
On Audible. Oh, you can borrow.
Yeah. Yes. Focus.
So true.
But yeah, guys, wait. Yeah, this topic reminds me. I said to these girlies over here that we need to talk about this. I have not watched the Cat Williams podcast. Nah.
Yeah.
I haven't. But my older sister is on some. You are like the bookworm bibliophile of the family. I need to talk to you. Ari, please pick up the phone. Her and her partner called me, and they first. So I'm like, okay, fine, I'm gonna pick up, and they are in stitches. They're like, yo, you won't believe. Actually, never mind, you won't believe. I need you to confirm. And I'm like, what am I confirming? And why am I the only one who can confirm this? So I'm like, okay, maybe it's a book-related question. And then they're like, have you listened to Cat Williams podcast? I'm like, no, guys. I've seen snippets here and there, but I was like, the energy was too loud for where my headspace was, right? For that podcast. So I was like, I can't listen to Williams in this like state, right? Ari Cat Williams says, between the ages of 7 and 8, he read in 1 year 3,000 books. 3,000. Like there are 3 zeros after the 3. 3,000 books. And it was not children's books. It was like your self-help
non-fiction.
It was non-fiction. No, it was 3,000. 3,000 books. It was non-fiction, and it was not.
Non-fiction.
And he was 7 or 8, and he read them in a year.
Yeah.
I need us to discuss for 5 marks.
5 marks, guys.
I know, Kajani, guys. Kajani, now
You
you
know what?
are reading goals,
Oh,
CPs, 30, 60, 12. A 7-year-old read 3,000 books in a year.
In a year.
Yeah.
Already, I feel like that guy who was trending, who said he reads a full book in like 10 seconds. Like,
In that Nigerian talent, that guy's ridiculous. He goes up, and then when he's done, he goes, yeah, he's done. And then he says, oh, you don't believe me? You can ask me about the book. But you can see on his face that he has no idea what just happened. He understands? No ways. No ways.
no.
No, guys. So I need us to talk about whether or not,
The comments there, please add what you said.
and whether, and I'm not talking about a grown up. Maybe a grown up. I don't know how people read, but I need to
No,
understand.
no.
A 7-year-old,
Even if he was a genius,
3,000
even if he was a genius, but 7 and 8, guys,
No.
let's
Well, apparently that was the argument again when they tell me what's good. Apparently on social media, people are saying
was
that
it
no,
7 to
he's
8
got-
or 8 to
he's got an
13?
IQ. He's got an IQ level of XYZ. Get it now? What does IQ have to? And I'm asking genuinely that what does IQ have
Yeah.
to do with eyeballs on paper? I'm asking. I'm not saying it's not. It's a question. It's a question that I really need explained. Okay, the smarter I am means the faster I read. I need to understand. Other smart people, do they also read 3,000 books? Like, what does the
Yeah.
IQ have to do with your eyeballs on paper? I need to
Yeah.
understand. And I can't take away his IQ. He might be very brilliant. I'm not disputing that one. What I'm asking is, does that equal being 8 and being able to read 3,000 books in a year? I need answers. Cat Williams. I need
Guys, please
answers.
read down the comment
And I
section
said,
what you
maybe it's a
think.
mistake. So I asked, okay, fine. Like in the world of journalism, when you're interviewing somebody in a podcast, fine, initially you might come with a list of questions, right? And then you're having this discussion, like a normal conversation. Then this person's going to say something profound, and you're going to say, okay, ditch my questions. Let me like interrogate what this person is saying further. So I'm asking them, so what does the interviewer say when this person tells a blatant lie on his
He
show?
probably said, wow.
He said there, and it was as if he said nothing out of the ordinary. He was like, and then my sister says, on top of that, the thing is, Cat Williams started this podcast saying he's coming here to call out all the liars. All the liars that come onto this show and lie, he's here to call them out. And then he lies. I'm like, no, guys, like,
Now he's part of those people
and
now.
look, apparently he's not lying because his IQ is very high. So I think we are the problem. Well, apparently he's very smart. That's what people on the internet are saying in defense of the 3,000 books at the age of 8. They are saying he has a high IQ, so this is possible.
Do people know 3,000? Do you know how you get to 3,000?
But what does IQ have to do with reading?
And also, we're not counting in 10.
Unless
It's
I
man.
can also read more. What does IQ have to do with reading?
This one must be invited to make G's podcast. He can tell him
He cannot be. No way.
Alive. Hey, Connor, no. That was just, I don't believe it.
Hey, who's going to believe
refuse
it?
to
People
believe
believe it. And that's the other thing that had me concerned, is that people on the internet believed it.
No, man.
And that really had me very. No, he was not joking, because my sister sent me that clip. When you see this interaction between him and this guy, it's a real conversation. They don't know what's smiling, no one's joking, and he's not saying it expecting a reaction from this guy either. It's as if he's speaking his truth.
I saw it.
So there was no.
Yeah, I want to see this audio.
I'm gonna send it to you again.
Books. Hi, Patricia and You've already read 15.
Nancy, yes. It's the 20th of, it's the 19th. So you've read a book a day. But even with your book a day, Patricia, I want to say to you, there are 65 days
Days
in a year.
Yeah.
You will not
You
reach
will
Cat Williams'
not
3,000
reach
books.
Cat Williams.
And this is already brilliant. This is already brilliant. So, Cat Williams, what does he want us to feel about ourselves? Like, I don't understand. What's going on? I know.
Patricia, you-
Oh, Patricia, even if she goes at this rate, she keeps going at this rate. She's never going to read 3,000 books in a year.
even
She
if
can
it's
read 365. She
12
can
times 365.
You might get to 365, but not 3,000. Not
Let
Cat
me
Williams.
calculate patience thingy. So it's gonna be
Patricia is gonna read. Leave that is today is the 19th, ne? So if she's just four books behind of reading a book a day this year, right? So I'm saying this is phenomenal, but she's still not gonna reach Cat
Hi,
Williams
Sean.
standards. Hi, Sean! Happy New Year! Hi, no. Mm-mm. Yeah. And he just wants to give her her space. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, no, Tim, this is quite spectacular. When Patricia, now I wish now I finished only one book, and I probably opened 100 already this year.
Yes, I've got
There are books that just stop Jay in the middle. You know, it's coming nicely. It's coming, and then it just takes a sharp curve. And it's not the book, it's me. The sharp curve just happens to me, and the Jay, my vibe says, "I leave this book.
one.
Why are you reading this book?" With the shelf full of books, go look for other books. Why are you still reading this book on page 200? 200 of 300. What's on the 200 of 300? Leave the book. Leave the book. So
Leave
they're
the book alone.
waiting for me to pay attention to them again.
You are.
Yeah.
Sisi, Ukona.
She's still connecting.
Connecting.
I target this year.
Hi, Nangit. I've only finished one book this year. E1. One.
I
Uno.
tell why the pressure, barely.
Only
Hey,
finished 2 books.
It's only the 19th of January.
Oh no, but girl, give your family time. Do you know this is why now I'm sticking to that 5 books a month thing. It's because I know that when I do read 5 books a month, I've still got time for myself, for my family, for my friends. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So definitely for me, as much as I'm saying that I'm dependent on the books now, I still need to still have people in my life. So,
Yeah.
but again, this holiday I was that child on Christmas. I was like, can I go open my Kindle? Or do you mind? So I'd say maybe to my aunts and my cousins. So we were at our village home, my grandmother's house, ne, for Christmas. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to the lounge to go read. Like, so it's known in the family that this person reads. Like, yes. And then they get there. As soon as I sit down, they all gather. I'm like, guys, you guys really, and it's not like Nifunam. It's not me who you want. But since I say to you guys, I'm going to read in a space you guys were not there. You were not feeling this space.
All of
Suddenly,
a sudden,
you're all here. Why?
can I also say this to Upel? Because this pressure is not needed in 2024. You cannot be behind within 19 days. You still have 346 days left. So I took 365, I minus 19 days of Jan. You have 360 and 46. No pressure, my darling.
Sock that sock.
Yeah.
And also, like, to say what Unant is saying, a little bit of grace on ourselves this year, guys. 2023, we hold everybody on so many levels.
Yeah.
So if Mina, I said 5 books for myself and I finished 1 this month. Well done to me.
It's okay.
Well done to me.
Remember the thingy, hashtag no pressure.
Charity has joined us.
Hey, Charity.
Hi.
Hi, happy 2024. I just heard Kate Williams in the background. I'm like,
You know what's up? Because I was like, the day
he
that I got this call, I was like, I'm not gonna be the only one. The only one.
machine.
The only one
He's a
hearing
machine.
this.
That's all I know.
Cannot be the only one hearing this.
All I know is that he's a machine. Non-fiction, even.
At
Aiko,
8, another machine at 8.
8 years old.
he did not
3,000.
even mention
We can
Matilda,
combine
the
all of
Harry
our
Potter.
goals. We can combine all of our reading goals.
I have to tell you Sean's perspective because he watched the whole thing.
Yes, and
He had
actually, somebody
the
who watched.
image.
Why did the
He's
guys
like,
watch
no, he was
Yes,
just
yeah,
exaggerating. It was like what do you call it? Well, like a figure of speech to say he's read a lot. I'm like, yeah, the numbers,
He
statistics
did not. It was not.
matter in the
It
book
was not a
community.
figure of speech, Sean. After this
Facts
person,
matter.
Sean, tell the truth. That clip that he said at the age of 7, 8, I read 3,000 books in a year, all non-fiction, no kids books. Sean, tell the
I
truth.
went, I went on
Because
a
we have
rant.
the clips, we have
I-
the receipts.
I went on a rant for like 10 to 15 minutes explaining to him how important stats are in the bookers community. We don't play with numbers.
But besides
We
that,
don't play with numbers.
also in his speech, even in communication, it's important to say, no, I read approximately, or I could have read 3,000 books. That's how much time I had, or how fast I read. Angati, at the age of 7, I read
Yeah.
3,000 books
That's
in
not
a year.
good.
Now,
He started with stats.
his age, he's given us
Yeah.
the number of books, he's given us the period in which he
Yeah.
read them. That even if we were not bookish people, my sister, who's not a bookish person, is the person who alerted me to this and said to me, explain for 10 marks what is going on here.
I mm-mm.
And she was
I don't
laughing at
know.
me. The reason why her and her partner were laughing were like, we watched you day after day, 5 days before the end of the year, chasing 60 books. A 7-year-old read 3,000 books in a year. You.
and they keep the plastic with flying colors.
You simpleton can't read 60 books. Ed Williams.
I
Charity, my darling, how are you?
I miss you guys. It feels like I haven't seen you in forever.
That's what I was saying. It feels like the month has been like the
Yeah.
longest.
It's
The
been a whole
longest.
year, but I'm good. I'm exercising positivity in 2024. I'm not letting
Yes, girl.
anything mess me up.
You go, girl.
Please.
You go. Not even
So-
Cat Williams said.
Not even Cat Williams. Me, according to Goodreads, I've reached my reading goal for the year because my reading goal is one book. One book.
You are the genius.
One book.
Are the
I've
genius.
reached my goal. So now I'm
Genius.
400% into my goal.
Genius. So by the time you read whatever, when
Eh,
you get to 4 books, 400%.
that's what I'm saying. I'm already at 4 books. I'm at
Plastic flying
400%.
colors.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Williams has showed me that this thing is possible.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm with you. Well done.
Possible.
Brilliant move.
Okay.
So when I give my stats at the end of the year and I'm like, yeah,
I
I
exceeded my goal by
goal by
5,000. By 5,000.
5,000%.
Yo,
Yeah.
that's what you can tell.
Don't ask
Like
me
a
for how many.
Johnny Brew.
5,000% according to Goodreads. The stats are there.
You know, I'm not interrogated that Cat Williams thing because sometimes some things I slip off a tongue. Ne? You could be talking about words and books, and then you say books instead of words. What if you read 3,000 words or letters? Or letters? Oh yes,
I can't unhear it.
his books
I
combined.
can't
equal to
unhear it.
3,000 pages.
I can't unhear 3,000 books. It doesn't work in my brain.
No, what I'm trying to say is that it happens. You know, even when you're
It
vlogging, yeah,
happens.
you're talking about coffee, and the next thing maybe you mentioned, oh, I like that tea from whatever, and then you're like, I'm just putting 2 shots of espresso in my tea. Gandhi, coffee in your head. You said coffee,
No,
and the
but that
person
guy
who's
interviewing him.
but get the interviewer because Kat is here. I get he's been making a noise for 2 hours. So now Katele, he's been listening.
He's just going, and then they just keep sipping their drink because he doesn't know what to say anymore.
Yeah.
Is that what?
So the interviewer might be tired by that point. Yeah, no, Shab, whatever you say, bro, it's true.
It
It's
is what
true.
it is.
It is what it is.
I think also this guy was like, yeah. So
I
that
think
like
I'm busy now on the
finish, Baba,
internet.
finish. We want
I'm
to
busy
wrap up.
defending him. Kati, he just made a mistake.
They not read
Slip of the tongue.
They're not
And if you say to them, show me an example of three, I don't even have 3,000 books in this shop. Show me an example.
of 3,000.
Some of our libraries don't even have 3,000 books.
3,000.
Yeah?
I take my library, I add yours, I add yours, I add
Hey,
yours.
all of South Africa. All of
We
South
still
Africa.
don't get to
3,000
3,000.
books.
No.
Yeah.
Charity.
Hi.
But I don't know if we continue with the and then Charity will fill us in with what she's been reading or should we.
No one's talked about what they. We only talked about a little life.
Oh yeah, we have it.
So you can continue with the. You can
I
continue
did.
with the comments.
We can take a photo with Charity of
Let's
our
see your
copy.
book. No, but the Charity's not reading. She's not reading.
I'll be here.
She said.
Oh, you
She said she's not.
she's done with the reading
She said she's not
goal.
I'm this
She said she's not reading A Little Life.
Fine, we can have
She
it.
does not subscribe to the sad life
to pay me.
of A Little Life.
Okay, hold on.
We are ready.
Okay, we're done.
Done. Okay. Pearl.
No,
what's the- Bluebird.
Okay.
Potato says my goal includes both physical and audio.
Same.
But I'm looking forward to reading more physical books this year. Last year was hard, so I leaned on audiobooks.
But I hear what she's saying, right? Do you know that even with like the rereads, right? I was saying, I think the last vlog that there's something that's itching for me to read a book like in my own head with my own voice, right? But that's also time dependent because I feel like sometimes I'm spending so much time cleaning or cooking that I feel like it's idle time. So I will listen to an audio. But what I'm doing now is that I'm focusing the audio more on my rereads. But I feel like I have this desire to last year the desire was to hybrid read, right? But this year I have this desire to just read books myself, like
Physically.
especially if I've
I
got
feel the same.
Yes.
Right?
Maybe it's like beginning of the year thing and we have all this energy and
Maybe
we
we're
want
like,
to put
yes,
it
we can
into
do it.
I'm forcing with my physical. I'm like, because and it's also a reread, but also there's no audiobook. But I'm like, I actually wanna read the words because the first time I read it,
Because I do feel like I think I did a bit. Actually, I might be lying, but for some reason I noticed the audiobooks last year. So I was about to say I think I did more than usual. I didn't. And sooner or later, you forget the sound of your own voice when reading.
yeah,
So for me, I think I miss that. I miss my own quirks, my own mispronunciations of words on books that I've never seen. Do you understand what I know? When I started this book, actually, I was calling Willem because I'm like, I'm South African.
Hey,
So to
Willem,
me, he's
hey.
Willem. Next thing I'm listening to the audio because I'm doing something other that's it, Willem. I'm like,
who's Willem? Did they introduce a new character?
to go Willem. As far as I'm concerned, his name is Willem.
That's gonna be like
I've got a.
Trisha,
So I have a.
Willem, really. I mean, really.
So I have a rule when it comes to audiobooks. I only listen to audiobooks like on their own when it's thrillers, when it's romances, or books that I want to know the story, but I don't care to have a physical. So that's why for me, like I'm constantly on audiobooks because I always have a thriller somewhere that I'm listening to.
I love them for
But
thrillers.
with
I agree with you with that.
Yeah.
I love
But with my physical books, if I'm reading a fantasy book, it's highly unlikely that I will listen to the audiobook for a long period of time without the physical. So that would usually happen.
done. Because remember the first time I read the
Yes.
Akatar series, there were books that I didn't have when I was proceeding in the series.
Mm,
But that narrator is brilliant.
it's good.
That
That's
narrator,
the
I was
thing.
like, girl, I could
And I
listen
was
to
about
you
to
forever.
and I was about to say that about the narrator of Red Rising to a point where I have to go back to book 4 because I couldn't stop myself with the audiobook when I was driving. I couldn't stop. Now I must go back
good
because I'm like,
narrator is
I
a
didn't
make or
see the
break.
words.
A good narrator is really a make or break.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I had advice that I shouldn't listen to the narrator of A Little Life. So I don't mind. I love it when people say this didn't work for me. So I'm not a fan of prescription, right? Even on the internet, when people have prescriptive, like on social media posts, I'm usually turned off. So when this person said this to me, they said it didn't work for them, right? And so that's why they had this advice: don't listen to the audio. So I was like, okay, it didn't work for them, and they could be right. Some narrators really do not, they mess up a good story. So I tried it out when I was starting, because I wanted to start the book and I was busy doing something else, and I was like, I really don't mind this narrator. And perhaps my experience of the book, I will say, that's always my thing with when I have a physical and an audio, is that my experience of the book alone might be different to whether when I add somebody else's voice on top of the author's voice, on top of the characters' voices, on top of my head. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But at the end of the day, if the narrator is good. So this narrator is not brilliant, right? He's no Stephen Fry. Stephen Fry is still my favorite narrator of all time. Harry Potter, he did it justice, right? So he's no Stephen Fry, but he conveys the emotions, the story. I don't feel like there's something in there that I feel like he's missed. The emotion is there. Yeah, you feel it when he's talking about a certain character and whatever. So it might not have worked for this person for other reasons. Maybe they didn't have time to tell me why. But I'm like, it works for me. I get it. I get the story, and I can move from him to the book seamlessly. So it's okay.
Same here.
Yeah.
Okay. Pogetto says, that's the Stephen King book I'm reading now. So strange, but so good overall. Also, so long.
These strange books are long. Get you. They're never gonna be a
good.
Whatever.
They're good.
And at the end of the day, when you close the last page, you're like, that was brilliant. I don't know what was going on, but it was very
But
good.
it was amazing.
I don't know. But it was great.
It's good.
That's why when I was talking about Old Drift, I can't even give a review of that thing, because I'm like,
what?
Yeah.
Guys, have you noticed?
It's your 5 stars.
Yeah?
That's it. The review is your 5 stars.
5 stars. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, guys, I want to share you. Have you read a good book, ne? And then after finishing it, I don't know. It's not like you forgot the book, but you I cannot tell you about the book, but you must read the book. Like, it was good. You must read it.
Yeah. And that's why I always say, for me, when I rate a book, usually it's also about, yes, I might enjoy like the craftsmanship on the page, etc., but also it's about the emotion, right? If the book
how it made me feel.
different things or one big thing very loudly, right? I
Mm.
might not be able to convey even the feeling, right, in words, but I know that that's a great book that I will not forget at any given time. There's a weird book that I once read that's called Tell the Wolves I'm Home. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. Tell the Wolves I'm Home. That book has stuck with me forever. Ask me what it's about.
You don't know.
You don't know. But
What is it?
most of
Title, and I loved the book. I loved the main character, and it's him.
I don't know what was meant to be.
But what's going on? What is going on in that book? I asked him. But you must read it, man. You must read it.
All my favorite books have made me feel a strong emotion, either happy, sad, angry, stressed, even stressed. Like most of the fantasy books I love give me stress.
You must feel something.
I'm screaming the whole time. I'm angry at people.
You must feel something. Yeah, guys. A book, even a book doesn't make you feel anything, then it's a waste of your time. You know, when I unhaul stuff from my shelves, I always look at that book and I'm like, I can't get rid of you.
I don't know why.
I don't know what you are about, but you are excellent. You are not okay. I'm not letting you go.
Okay, Zeppo says spot on again, Boo, with the quote, reading for the sake of looking at words.
Oh, step. I don't remember, what was I talking about?
That's how I feel when reading a really very boring book. Actually, the book ends up reading me.
Now that feeling I know.
Talking about the Old Drift.
Yeah? I sham unamwali patel. I don't know.
As part of his family saga.
Yes, Sapel.
Somebody explain.
Okay, Jonah, let me read you this part so that you guys can understand. This is kind of like the blurb or whatever.
Is it in the old drift? And I'm looking at it right
The
there
old
on my
trip.
phone.
Right, Lalela.
Yeah.
Lalela. On the banks of the Zambezi River, a few miles from the majestic Victoria Falls, there was once a colonial settlement called the Old Drift. Here begins the epic story of a small African nation told by a mysterious swarm like chorus that calls itself man's greatest nemesis. The tale, a playful panorama of history, fairy tale, romance, and science fiction. Yandiva! History, fairy tale, romance, and science fiction. The moral to
All
err
the
is
genres.
human. In 1904, in a smoky room at the hotel across the river, an old drifter named Percy M. Clark, foggy with fever, makes a mistake that entangles his fate with those of an Italian hotelier and an African busboy. This sets off a cycle of unwitting retribution between three Zambian families, black, white, brown, as they collide and converge over the course of the century into the present and beyond. As the generations pass, their lives, their triumphs, errors, losses, and hopes form a symphony about what it means to be human. From a woman covered with hair, literally covered, okay, guys, ngingacabanga ukuthi it's just covered
That's
with
a
hair,
sci-fi.
and
It's
another plagued
fantastic.
with endless tears, to forbidden love affairs and fiery political ones, to homegrown technological marvels like astronauts, microdrones, and viral vaccines. This gripping, unforgettable novel sweeps over the years and the globe, subverting expectations along the way. Exploding with color and energy, The Old Drift is a testament to our yearning to create and cross borders, and a meditation on the slow, grand passage of time. Ngifuna nive le part again. I'm gonna read it for you guys. Yeah?
Mm.
Here begins the epic story of a small African nation told by a mysterious swarm-like chorus that calls itself man's greatest nemesis. There's the insects. Okay?
It's the insect.
Also, that whole synopsis is so confusing. Like, what am
Yeah,
I
Diva, get
supposed to
three
expect in that
genres
book?
in the book. Three of
Why
them.
are they? No, I don't understand. Also, like,
But the book is
yo,
brilliant. The book is great. The book is wonderful. When you are done, you're like, what on earth? Round of applause. Standing ovation. Well done.
it's not
I don't
mixture for me. It's
know
not
how.
mixture.
No.
The
That's
old
what I'm
drift, it
saying.
was
You are confused, and then you are not confused, and then you are confused again. Then she brings you back, and then at the end, you're like, whatever goes on in your head, well done.
I
Well
don't know
done.
if I don't know if the brain sometimes, when somebody says something and you're like, whoa, that was mind blowing, or like woke, as we like to say. Maybe these kind of books are the ones that you just like, I have no idea what you said, but it sounded deep. And
No.
therefore,
Actually, I do feel like at the end of it, they're right when they say that it's a story about what it means to be human and what it means to make mistakes as a human being, right? But the complexities lie in how. So for me, for the most part, I read books for messaging, right? So they write in that the overall message is that the execution on how the story is told is very complex,
that's that's
and the
the thing.
thing is, you could miss the message, right?
Mm.
So if you are somebody like me who reads maybe the synopsis months after reading the book, I don't read synopsis to books, right?
Mm.
You could miss the actual message of the book,
Meaning. Mm.
right?
And especially if you get stuck on,
And also,
the insect is telling me the story. If you
this
get
is
stuck
the
on
other
that,
thing. It's the other thing. Now there are three families: black, brown, and white. And also, it took the author a decade to write. It was not 2 decades. It's not a decade. I think was it a decade or two? But it took her about a decade, let's say, to write this book. So just imagine. Just imagine having 10 years to go back and say the swamp chorus must now sound like this in this part. And the woman with the hair must, oh no, I must come back with to have the woman cry.
20 years.
I said 20
Yeah.
years. I
yeah,
remember.
unending tears.
2 decades to write. And the guys, and when I say it's brilliant, I'm not even trying to poke fun. It's really a very brilliant book. But you need to be present of mind to read that book.
That's
It
not
took us
that's not the
two
mind I have right now. My mind is not
years to read it.
my mind is not present. Like for me this year, I'm very conscious of how I'm feeling in the moment and not forcing things on myself. And that's how I'm going. It like I want zero
No, I
stress.
don't. When it comes to books,
I
I
want
advocate.
zero stress.
You can't force feed yourself a book. That can't happen.
Because I feel
So
like
no.
this year
So sorry
I've
to what Phil is saying.
mm,
It's not loud. That's what I'm saying. It's brilliantly written, this book, right? So
mm,
you know that there's this thing that's hovering about as it's not a point of view. It's kind of like the narrator of the story. If you
mm,
hear what I'm trying to say. So from time to time, you see that maybe it's got personality, and you realize it's not a human narrator,
mm,
but this thing it's not a character in the book. It's telling you the story.
It's like she would begin.
Yes, the wind. Yeah, bona nazo. Yeah.
that's why Umpile is just like this.
Yeah, she's like,
Hovering.
Okay. I definitely.
guys, when you
now
get
you
a chance, please
now
sample
now
this
you
book
must reread.
I'm telling you about on script. The one that I read, it's
Which one?
You
giving
must send
the
the link.
vibe
I send it in the
of
group.
all. I'll share
Send
the link just now.
Okay. Yo. Okay. So, Embodiable was referring to Casta, and I actually shared the link.
What did she say? What was
We're talking about your memoir. Well, we were talking about Casta's memoir. She asked. Oh, she was asking about audio.
Oh no, I didn't read. I read the ebook, so I don't know about the
So it
audio.
was an ebook on Kindle, but there is an
Oh,
audio.
but what a life, guys! Like I
What's
stepped
this
out of
one?
that memoir saying, "What a life!" Like you know, when what I love about memoirs is that at some point you get to a point where you're like, this person was born for this.
For this.
Like you know, for me, that's what I love about those stories. That if it's an actor, actress, if it's an author, whoever, you get to the point where you're like, there was no other way that this person would have
Mm.
lived their life. They were meant to do what they did. Oh,
When they were meant to go through everything that they
yay!
were meant to go through where they are.
Okay,
brilliant.
wonderful. That comes out so clearly. Like every chapter, you like this thing was inescapable. This person could not have been anything else. This was what her life was meant to be.
So it's
Exactly
supposed to be.
as it is. Oh, and her personality in that book, ne?
Shines, right?
Oh, I'm like, yo. Ungaske ke ngoku ndiye ku-signing. Hey, I must get that book. I'm stalker. I'm stalker.
Ibale, Trisha.
I'm falling some stalker. That wife must forgive me. The wife must forgive me. Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming.
They must do another roadshow. She must do something else. So, we were talking about Cat Williams.
Ah, Cat Williams.
It was a joke.
No one laughed God again. Neither did he.
How do we believe anything he says after that?
That is my thing. And then now you must question the stuff he said before that as well. Because
Yeah.
how do we know?
That was literally my brain. I didn't even watch the thing, but now I'm just like, I'm not sure about your effects.
And the thing is, this is what my sister said. My sister said, apparently at the start of the show, this person says here, I'm coming to call out the liars that come to the show. All the liars that come to the show. And then he proceeds to lie. I don't know, guys. Is it irony? Come pal with your English. What is it? Paradox, irony. Cat Williams. He says he came to call out the liars. Then he lies. What is that thing? It's got a term. Please tell us.
We're still calling out Pearl. Pearl is the one.
Let's come back and tell us what that thing is.
The irony of it all.
On the audio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm actually glad there is an audio.
I actually don't know if I want to hear her telling the story because, okay, fine, my heart did break a few times. And you know what? I am listening to Britney Spears' memoir and I like what she does. Not that I like it, not that, okay, fine. I like what she does in the sense that she reads the prologue, but before she reads the prologue, she says she does not have the mental, emotional capacity to read what happened to her for us. right? So that's why she let somebody else read her memoir. So she'll read the prologue, she hopes we enjoy it, etc., etc. And this is basically her story, but she can't be the one who's reading it. So having read Caster's story, I don't know, I don't think I would be okay hearing her tell some of the stuff that happened there. So that's why I appreciated the reading process of the thing, right?
Okay, so she reads else.
So I don't know maybe which
Hopefully,
parts
the parts that
she allows somebody else to read and which parts she, because now I cried. I will tell you in the cast of Semenya, I'm Kale, because
Oh, Sabah.
there's certain injustices that and I don't think it was necessarily tears of sadness because she doesn't feel sorry for herself, right?
No.
And so I think it was tears of anger. Kuti, how dare anyone feel that entitled to another person?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So
Yo, it's gonna be. I saw someone doing like writing their thoughts about the book. And they were like, "Yo, Nikale."
Hangi Kalila. Yes, yeah, I get you love her personality is
Hilarious.
right.
But you will cry.
That's why I said I don't know the last time a book made me feel so happy and sad at the same time. Like, and it's brilliantly written. It's very well.
No,
written.
you guys have sold this book. I want to need it.
Please,
Everybody get the book.
please.
Everybody get the audio book, please.
And also like her person, like I'm saying, when I'm saying her personality, it you can see it like whenever if you've watched her run, if you've seen her on television, you can tell that she's no pushover, ne?
No.
But see her on paper. That person. It's a kind of personality that you feel like this person comes once in a lifetime, literally. Like, you know, sometimes you read a memoir and you're like, why did this person write this thing? Like, who cares? Ne? But this one is one of those that you feel like definitely this human being had to have been captured somewhere, somehow, in a place that's never gonna die. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because they are a once in a lifetime kind of. Ooh, yes, that she wrote. You know.
You know, because then people like making up things.
So her version of her life, you know, yeah.
It's like rise, answer. Like, maybe we shall, like, see a policy writing. Remember, there was an unauthorized.
Oh yes, yes. I remember that unauthorized.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Look, I will write my own story." Yeah,
I don't know
They
if I
actually have the unauthorized one.
okay.
Okay, embodiable people on the internet are defending because they're not readers. Yes,
I hope so because it doesn't make sense. It does not add up.
You owe us a full podcast, book talk, or even a BookTube video on iTunes.
Yeah, but I'm asking you guys because I just say this was a genuine question. What does IQ have to do with your eyeballs on paper? Because I don't know. Reading is something that we learn at school. I get. So by the time that you are done with school, if you go to school, I know unfortunately not everybody gets to go to school, but that's got nothing to do with IQ either. So what I'm trying to understand is that just because I've got a high IQ does not equate me to being able to read more, unless there's something I've missed. I'm trying to understand that effect. IQ in Yenapi reading. Where does it fit in?
It does not enter.
If it was about comprehension, if it was about comprehension of what you've read or like a greater understanding of metaphors and whatever, then maybe I could engage. But reading, putting your eyeballs on paper, and yes, IQ in and I'd be talking about eyesight, comprehension of the words, so like diction and whatever. IQ, I get you. And yes, I don't get it. And maybe my IQ is that low. Okay, maybe it's me. I'm the problem.
Clarity, forget to agree
Yeah.
with you. Would you eat a little like
I'm not here for the pain. I'm not this is me being kind to myself.
But can I
Like-
tell you guys something? Sometimes you must experience something for yourself because Labandu, this is the thing with the internet. When I catch you, the internet.
Why the violence?
Because now I thought my heart would break before page 100. I'm chasing 200s. It's normal sad. It's a sad that you would pick up in any other book. Like not, and it's not a and I'm going sad. It's not like you're sitting there hacking your Kleenex throughout. So ngithi mina, maybe after the halfway mark, I'm not saying I'm not gonna cry during this book. I can see the potential of it shattering your heart. But the way it was told, because now I've definitely
They
laughed,
exaggerated.
definitely
You know
felt
why, Boo Boo?
emotion,
You know
joy.
why?
I definitely felt greater emotions than sorrow. I'm not sad.
Mm.
Lalela,
guess
Boo Boo,
so.
let me tell you something you are not aware of. You are emotionally ready for this book.
Maybe that's
It's
the
just that
thing.
you
People on
didn't.
the internet that I need to catch were never ready for this book emotion.
I feel like the people on the internet, those who cried, almost died from reading this book. I don't know. I'm also not there yet where I'm sad. Like I cannot.
Okay,
I put
I
it
feel
down.
But
I
Nonji,
feel like
but
they
Nonji,
haven't read.
Nonji,
I
you
feel like
have
they
you
haven't
have
read
a
like
what there, we
Huh?
must take a video for Charity crying. We must send it to her on the group and say, I
Please,
should feel it. This
because
is our destination the internet was talking about. We are shattered now. Ay,
you
bo.
guys remember that
But
that
then,
Toni Morrison read along.
Yeah.
Mina, like when people talk about alcohol tank levels, when you like when you have a big tank, you don't get drunk. Nonji doesn't. Nonji's
Yeah.
tank is high. My
So
tank
when I
is
listen
low.
crier, ne?
Me,
It's just that
my
that's
tank is
why
I
low.
I'm
seldom cry
saying
on camera. I'm a cry.
I
Yama's
feel like
no Ngwesta. This one is a Ngwesta. She's a
God.
yeah, she's
me,
Coco.
I cry. I cry. I cry, guys.
You
I
can
cry a
read,
lot.
you read
But
sad
I'm
books all
saying
the time.
Yeah.
She's a Bogotan.
And I also
what
need
I'm
an
saying,
example
I
of when
feel like
she's crying
most
in
of the
life
people
in
haven't
general.
really read like sad books like your Half of a Yellow Sun. I cried when I read Half of a Yellow Sun. Like your Tomorrow I
Colour
Become a
Purples.
Woman. That book is sad. At some stage, it makes you mad. You know, like I feel like people just jumped from what's this
Beach
book?
read, Guy Henry, whatever, Emily Henry's beach
Yeah,
read.
And
People
straight
Lovers.
into
A little like,
Little Lies. You gotta
Uzolila, you are going to cry, Chomi. There you
Then
are
I've
going
been
to
with
cry.
you in Africa. I went to
Africa.
different African countries where
I hear
life
what
is
you
very
say, but
sad.
I don't think the books that I was reading, I read this other book. Remember, okay, I don't know, does YouTube censor us? Anyway, remember, guys, the book that I told you guys I was reading on my Kindle, the first
Yeah,
book.
that first one. Yeah, the one you had to like enter into the
Galila, we born. Yo, that book, yo, just that book made me so sad.
Sad.
I don't even understand where the
It's
sadness
such a
comes.
good book.
It's sad.
Never mind
Look at her blushing on top of
never
it.
mind the levels of spice, because the levels of spice are phenomenal and unnecessary. They
Extremely
could have
unnecessary.
toned it down by 3,000 notches, right?
Mm.
But the story, that's why I said to you guys, this thing is porn, but I can't stop reading because the backstory is so good, right? Galila. Yo. Galila!
Oh,
Ah! Yeah!
You shouldn't tell us this.
And you know when you have to pause a book so that you can pay attention to your crying and let it pass.
Feel your feels.
I know
So you
it
can
got
feel
you.
your feels.
Olile, they got you. They got you. Because some
Yeah,
books
I-
you
you
cry and
got
something, you know.
I think I'm at a point where I don't even want any sad books. Like today I was recording a kind of like a short video because I want to get back to reading African literature. But when I think about African literature, I'm like trauma, guys. I don't want trauma. So I was here. I'm like, which ones don't have trauma?
Zonge, you need to pepper it with other stuff. You need to find your palate cleansers because uzova.
So I feel like I found ones that maybe I'll find some sadness in there, but it's not like heartbreaking. Yo, guys, I read the synopsis of Scarred. Did you read the synopsis of Scarred?
I don't know.
By
That.
Anya Kaba?
Oh, what?
You know
No,
the book. We bought the book.
I don't read synopsis. It's by my bedside, this book. I will not read the synopsis now.
I added this book to my list because I'm like, yes, thriller, African thriller. I'm here for it. And
was
then
like,
I
"Nah,
read the synopsis for the video, and I'm
I
like,
think I want
no,
to read
I'm
it.
not ready. I'm like, I'm not in this. Nope, 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 nope.
At the first.
Mm.
Oh yes.
I'm like, nope, I'm not. I'm not. This is not the space I'm in right
Mina,
now.
I'm in that
I need
space.
African
First of
fluff.
February is me and that book.
Yo,
We've got
Mina,
it.
I need African fluff, guys. Give me recommendations for African
Happy,
fluff.
happy.
I don't
Which
know
one?
The
why
other
are we
thing
not
that
getting African fluff?
I think the reason why these things hit is that I truly do believe that authors must write what they know.
What they know. So
And
it's
at the
like
end of
maybe
the day,
we can relate, so it hurts so much.
that's the thing. So it's like my sister and I are into crime documentaries, but she always says,
Mm.
I will not watch a South African crime documentary.
It's too
I want
close
to
to
watch the
home.
Americans and their stupidity and their law
Yeah,
systems and what.
the crazy things
Nah,
that they do.
nah,
Maybe
now you
that's
want
my
to
thing.
bring
Maybe that's my issue.
you want to bring me Rosemary's hit list here now. I must watch
Yeah.
Rosemary's because she says the thing is there's a conflict of emotions as well because you're like, yes, and I might understand why Rosemary went to these lands. And then at the same time,
Mm.
you're living in this country with these. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't want to empathize. I want to be there and judge. Kuti,
And judge
this.
and be
Mm,
away from it. I think
mm.
that's probably also my issue, but I'm just like you.
And she says this is also the reason why she doesn't watch a lot of South African shows. So whenever I've got a taste for South African shows. So whenever I'm watching something on Showmax, she says I only watch it with you when I'm sitting with you. When I go home, I'm not gonna watch this thing because so many of these things are too true to reality for me. I can't remove myself from this thing. And so if something that happens that angers me in this thing, I'm genuinely angry. I'm not angry because I'm watching a show. I'm genuinely
And
angry
you're gonna
because this is true. This is the reality of life, you know?
and you're gonna go out in the streets and see the situation and be even more angrier. And I'm like, I get
So
it.
I'm like, you must control your emotions, chum. You must, you know?
Me, I know how they are. So I'm like, yo, I'm choosing the easy route for my mind. I'm like, I'm giving myself good things this year.
Because the
When I'm
weird thing is
ready,
that
when I feel ready.
when I was chatting with Angela about Red Ink, for example, right?
Yeah.
She told me that she started this. Actually, she also used to work in journalism. So this what I'm telling you is in the podcast, right? In the interview that we did. But she said this is based on true events in her life, right? And the main character is based on a real character who was a subject for her news articles, right? Who was a serial killer who got arrested.
Yes.
And this guy started developing feelings for Angela, right? While she was interviewing him in jail. So part of it is partly true, part of it is obviously then became fiction. Ari, this guy used to be the first call and still is for the longest time on her birthday. He calls her from prison to wish her happy birthday. He's been there for years. He does not miss her birthday. Adi, so I'm like, hi girl, come to that. Aren't
So
you
these
afraid?
shows,
What
so these
about
shows are left behind bars. What
where
kind
are
of
you
shows
living behind? I'm
happen?
like, where are you living? On the edge.
Like,
But apparently there was a time where it sounded like he was being put up for parole. Ngathi, Ntombazana Ndini, this guy's gonna find you. I don't know, but he didn't get parole. Uti, so now she's aware. But I'm like, Chomi, Kajan, I don't know. Every year, every year we are phone.
what if the royalty stuff, Angela?
This is a serial killer, Chomi. Hi, did you know how did he get your number? Get from your home number? No.
You, that's a lot. Thriller.
Young user.
And if he had to get parole and he comes out, he's
I
gonna be
follow
looking
the
for the
love of his life. He will look for the love of his life.
Yeah, it's scary.
In the bank, I found the love of his life,
Can
sir.
you read that comment, please? Yes.
Tekatsu says thrillers on audio are my hill. I love them. That's what carried me last year. That was my discovery last year. So I've never been into like thrillers or whatever. But since we listened, actually the first time I got into listening to thrillers was The Wives. I was like, you know what?
Wise. I still think
This
about
is
that
it.
book and I can't tell you what
This
happened.
is
What
the
happened
one.
at the end. You know
Mother,
what?
you say, what's the-
Yeah,
It
but
is
we all had different theories there.
one
Did
day.
not all come together like this. You know who you should try? Frida McFadden. I've been so obsessed.
No, I'm reading. So her books are, well, they were when I got my Kindle on Kindle Unlimited.
Kindle. Yeah.
So book one and book two of The Housemaid.
Or did
So
you read the house?
I'm definitely it's on
Oh,
my
you have
TBR.
it.
And
Okay. The housemaid was so good. It
I've
was so
heard good
good.
things.
Yo,
So part
And
two
yeah.
then
is another duology, but there is a
so
part
it's a
two.
series.
Yeah, so
So
part
it's
two
a series.
is
It didn't
on.
for me. It's like it didn't need a part two, ne? But the
Mm,
way that what is the epilogue gives
mm,
you a
mm,
sense that this could be a part two. But it was
mm,
so good, told from two perspectives.
mm.
But you don't know when it starts that it's two perspectives, and you just like done it. It's those kind of books where you read, let's say, part one, you like, yo, this is rough. And I remember I was
Mm,
chatting with Katla the whole time, freaking like I couldn't sleep. You know, when you have work the next day, but you can't sleep because you need to
mm.
know what's happening. And I'm there, 11 p.m. What's happening? What the heck is going on? Why is this? And she's like, you
That's
haven't
a
even reached the crux. You haven't even reached. I'm like, Kanjani,
yeah,
we are within. We are within.
that sounds like
And then you
I
get to part
started.
two, and
Yeah,
then they flip everything. It's like everything you knew, it doesn't
you
matter.
don't. You know, Gone Girl did that to me, guys. Gone Girl.
It
When I
doesn't
first
matter.
read it, Gone Girl by Gillian
Flynn,
Flynn.
yeah, I
When
still
I
need to
first
read
read
that.
it, I was there in part one. I'm like, yeah, man, I trash nonsense crap. What the hell is this? Yeah, you must get arrested,
Yeah.
murderer. Hey, part two. I'm like,
Throw it out the water.
what is going on? I'm
Like,
like, sorry, I apologize. Me, I know nothing.
I know
What
nothing.
is happening? What is happening?
So this is like,
The
because she
hell?
writes, Frida McFadden, most of her books are psychological thrillers because she actually worked, I think, in a psychiatric part of a prison, or
Ooh.
I don't know, but she's got some background. And those are
This
my
is why
favorite
I said
type of
write what you
thrillers.
know. This is why I
Why
said write
don't you know?
know.
Because after The Housemaid, I read Never Lie by her. She
Mm.
threw me upside down. Like I haven't been able to figure out her thrillers, even though I'm like, no, I've got it.
Mm.
I've got it. I
Oh
should.
yeah, those are
It's just like
psychological
no,
thrillers, like the
you were
girl on
never
the
read.
train.
So right now I'm
Mm.
listening
I started a
to
thriller as
Do
well
Not Disturb.
today. And I can't like now I'm like the minute we start reading, it's not the book I had planned to read during the Springstone, like believe me. But I started CJ Tudor's debut, The Chalk Man.
Oh, the Chalk
Well,
Man.
first of all, let me just tell you, I'm always advocating for debuts, right? Because I really don't
Yeah.
think that there's a few authors who can outdo their debut, right? Like brilliant
Yes.
authors who are said to be bestsellers who can outdo their debut. That's the most
Yeah.
like rawest of their work, right? But
Yeah.
also I'm sitting here and thinking, Kanjani Chom,
How did you
how
do
so
it?
inexperienced did you imagine this? And the thing is, every end of chapter is a cliffhanger. I'm like, Angege.
Okay.
And now
It's
because she's traveling, between times, right? So it's as two periods,
you.
right?
Yeah.
So now you must finish this
You need
period.
to.
You need to now catch that cliffhanger. And then at the end of this one, she leaves you with another cliffhanger. So you can't put the book down. You can't put the book down because you need to
This
know what's going on.
this is where I am. This is where I am. And the worst part is I already know the story, but I'm still stressed. I'm still here trying. But this is a reread. I
But
know the story.
this was my thing with Akata as well. I was like, I know the story, like in essence,
Yeah.
but I don't know the story.
But
So
but
when things happened, I was still feeling the emotions because I was like, I think I know the story, but I don't know the story.
but you don't know the details. Because I was like, yo,
So I
this is
still felt the emotions
oh,
because I was like, do I know the story?
yeah. I need to go back to CJ Tudor because I read The Burning Girls by CJ Tudor,
Mm.
and I'm like, I enjoyed that.
Yo, Chalkman is starting off on a very good note. I'm like,
I need to get Chuckman. I haven't
oh,
tried my Kindle Unlimited yet. I feel like February I will try it out
mm, mm,
because I've already chosen my TBR and I'm sticking to it. So if I do it, it's gonna be a
mm.
waste. So I'm doing NetGalley, my
Yeah,
NetGalley books.
yeah, yeah. Oh, so you've got them there. Okay, so okay, let's go through the comments, and then it's our first one. So we did chat a lot, but maybe it's time to read soon.
Yeah, sure.
I am eagerly. I'm like this week.
Are you on part 2 still?
No.
You're on part 3.
How far are you guys? Why do you have so many bookmarks, Umpile?
Because you said the postman is part 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on part 2. Yes. I'm still on.
But Umpile, why do you have 3 bookmarks in your book currently?
She's marking where we've separated the books.
Oh, okay.
So I don't have to. I have something that
Because Umpile has a tendency of starting here and then going here and then here and then
to
she
talk about
comes back
you
here.
and
And what's that other one? Anonymous SEX. That's how she read it.
Oh,
She did that. So she didn't do that social stories. Clearly, don't do that thing. Don't do that thing, Chum.
Oh,
Oh, now you're saying open, loving color, guys. Now you're saying that because you read it
She's
properly.
loving it.
Because you read it properly.
do you remember the gift with the girl who does this?
Yes. Is that you doing that to me?
I can't wait, guys. I can't wait.
Okay.
Okay. There's a lot going on there by Old Drift. And Embodiable was thanking me for the link for Castellina's book. And I added the book that Nonji was referring to, which is, she said when we were talking
Oh, it's similar to.
yeah, the saga.
Can I just say why Everend hasn't changed their website to www.everend?
Explain. Somebody must explain for 2 marks.
It's fine.
I, by the way, we're not charity. In relation to the Will Smith's book, I actually wrote, I sent them the link and I complained. I logged a call, me. I will always complain.
No, I'm also going to lock that call. I'm definitely a complainer. Me.
And also, you know what? Everend Urongo, I feel like they need to give us clear whatever.
Guidelines. Hey.
Yes, or rules of engagement. Because, for example, my sister has Everend. She's had it for years. Also,
Yeah.
she can't find a little life. She had to sign up to
To Audible.
It says it's
Can't
not
you?
available. It says it's not available in your area.
In your country,
Then
the same country you live in.
the one that her sister is
The
listening
one.
to, same
Yeah.
app, okay?
Yeah.
And then it says when I said okay, try the ebook because they've also got an ebook. It's in Spanish. You know, these people, they know where
No,
we
they
live.
must lock the
Spanish are
call.
not
No,
available
guys,
because we live
no.
here, but then they're sending us Spanish books.
If you're gonna use my location as a reason for
And
me
also
not
Spanish.
getting specific books, then don't give me books in,
So it's in Spanish. I
languages.
don't know. So she said to me, "You must be on." What did she say? She said you must be on script VIP because I don't know what this is. I don't have this stuff.
There's only one level.
Now it's becoming my problem. Now it's becoming my problem.
Hi, no, and my problem with Everend is that like you're saying, they don't give you these guidelines. They don't tell you this. Like Audible, we know how it works. You
Decisions.
pay an amount, you get these books, you read
And
them,
if
you
your
can
neighbor
return them.
gets the same books with the same amount in the same region, you should also be able to get them.
You
there.
should be able to do that.
Mm.
Nah, script, you're doing something naughty.
When we got you,
Everend.
I script still.
Remember the time we complained out loud, Uguti, it doesn't have like all it ends at like 2 times speed and you can't go. They updated.
yeah. Now they must. Now you can master rhyme for real. Yeah.
Now they must make all the books available in all countries because why must we read? Why must we not have books we want to read in our region? Ah, come on. No.
Thank you, Embodiable. I like, and I actually like those covers. The Eternal Audience of One. It's those ones from Blackbird.
Yes.
It has those
Oh, yes,
very
it's
simple. I actually like those.
Oh, I remember this one. Is that by the book crush, our book bay?
Book Bay.
Yeah.
I think my
I
body
have no idea what you guys are talking. I don't know who the author is.
Of the Eternal Audience of One.
I
He
don't know who
was
the author
on
is.
Books and Rhymes. For me, when I realized that he must be like the author bay.
Mm.
the interview on Books and Rhymes' podcast. Yo,
Mm.
I was like, okay. Uremilo, uba.
Alright.
Ooh,
Oh, mm.
it's the mind for me.
It's the mind.
It's the mind for me.
Mind. I'm jizzle.
Because,
I'm jizzle.
because
It's Tepo's next comment
Yes.
that gets to me.
Bala,
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 khubala, bala. Eh,
bala.
khubala. Eh.
Okay.
is
Hello,
that
Balala.
easy? Bala
Baling,
Tibuka. What was that thing
Eh.
that you read? Bala Tibuka. It was that temple. Whether no, the one that you did, the sound that you did on TikTok. The sound you did on TikTok about the person was Bala Tibuka. What's up?
Hey,
Exactly.
Mm.
Balang di
Khubala,
buka,
khubala, khubala, bala.
Bala Tibuka. Okay, so it means read books. Bala
Mm.
Guys, Daisy says I'm engaging with fan fiction.
Mm. How's that spice? How's that spice that you're busy writing when I join
Hey, and
you? What?
leaving teasers here and there.
What? Eh, yeah, I'm just
Yeah, no, Remy is
oh,
definitely
These bags.
a whole bay.
he deserves it. Yeah.
Okay, read, read, read.
Yeah, we deserve an hour of
We
reading.
deserve a whole hour today.
we do.
A
I'm
whole
also
hour.
like now going to a book that I wasn't planning to read. My sprint TBR is
Why
basically
mina I'm on top of CJ Tudo. Angeke, angimyeki.
I feel like I need to at least also finish this chapter because her chapters are long, né? But they
Manlo.
give you the NK Jemisin, but they give you exactly what you need to give you stress to want to go to
Oh man,
continue.
if you don't stop, you're not gonna
This
stop
is Zombie
anyone.
saying,
These ones are not gonna stop.
Ivalem fan.
I'm muting myself.
I don't want to read. Anybody wants to read. We're giving you guys an hour. But we also need to read.
Oh, is that so?
Bye guys, enjoy.
Yo. Okay. Chummy, you know what?
see you.
Remove your clock, Chu.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
I
Hello.
think my thing is on.
Hi.
I'm not on.
Hi.
I'm gonna tell Sean you're wearing his sweater.
Ungenaphi? Ungenaphi ezintweni zabantu
I'm
ababini?
jealous.
What do you want? You should have brought your husband. You should have brought your husband's sweater nawe. Hayibo.
It's so cute.
I'm trying to steal it, but it's unstealable.
These are strategies, eh?
It's
Strategies.
unstealable.
It's so cute.
Thank you. I think I need to get myself one as well because I'm treating this one like it's my own.
I
And
keep
I feel hurt when he wears it.
You must get another one.
He must
Yeah,
get
guys
another one.
don't deserve nice sweaters, guys. They are ours. Wait.
Amasweater ethu.
Wait.
Through sweaters, through thick and thin sweaters.
Yes. Pull it by the legs.
Yes.
I don't know. Guess I this host, guys. Maybe Charity, you can go through the comments.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh,
here.
okay.
We were talking about how payable the author is, and then Daisy was laughing at it.
Are you Remy? Oh, Author Bay. Oh, song.
I don't even know this. Let me see. What's that book called again?
The Eternal Audience of One. Hey, Chonga. And I've never even read it, but I'm like,
Look at you.
Author Bay. It's because of that interview on Sarah's podcast on Books and Rhymes. I was like,
Oh,
this
you
man.
fell in love.
Oh, what a man. Oh, what a man.
see.
By Jehan Musenenke. Book lovers, I'm reading this book like the very first time. It's a beautifully written
Oh, that's
legal
nice.
memoir that reads like a novel. Not
Oh,
surprising
that's
though,
nice.
that this
That's
legal
nice.
mind writes with the pen of a novelist. Hela, he read a lot and studied English literature behind bars and Robben Island.
And the thing is, those are the best memoirs for me. Like a memoir must read like a story. Like it mustn't be you saying, "Hey, this happened to me," and the year was 1995, and they shot their guns, and then the next year I fell on the ground. And do you get what I'm trying to say? It must read like, "Yeah, you are the main character in the story.
Yeah.
What's going on?"
We actually we only discussed a little life.
I didn't even
Yes.
write what I'm reading.
Like, all three of us are reading a little life.
No, can you not see my name?
Losisi is in her thriller era.
Yes. Oh yeah, but yeah, I couldn't read because I had to feed the kids and the guest, and then yes.
Nobody reads in that house when
I was
there's
about
more
to say,
than
when people are
two.
sitting on that chair, when people are
Nobody
sitting on that couch,
There's no full time.
and yeah, and now I want to know. We want you guys to know that the next sprint, nah,
I'm not talking to anyone.
and Kulumi Namuntula.
There's a window here.
Not a window, a wall, not a window.
What a wall.
A wall,
I
I
love-
do.
soundproof wall.
I love how you guys are making all these plans. They're just
We know what's going on behind the
you
scenes.
know what? No.
I know I'm gonna read like, guys, because tomorrow my time is limited tomorrow. Ngifuna ufunda. Please.
And Omunyusis is gonna use the time to push her buka. You'll be there on part 2 alone.
Yebo. Uyabhala ibhuka bothepiso.
Yeah, sure.
I'll read.
Uyafisa nami. I'm saying.
Sorry, what are you reading?
I don't even like. I have my display name on because I have my TBR here, but this is where I am because yo.
You know what?
No, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. And I will not judge.
Literally, I picked. Okay, let me tell you about my actual sprint TBR.
Mhm.
I've got this graphic novel called Caroline by Neil Gaiman.
Is it
I don't know
gothic?
the,
Is it like a dog? It
yeah,
looks
it's
very
like a gothic. It's a horror. It's a
horror.
horror
It looks
novel.
like a
Yes,
horror, like the front cover.
yes. So it says based on a novel by Neil Gaiman. So I don't know that novel, but this seems like a horror.
Is
Good
he also the
omens.
author?
He's
Is he
also
also
the
the
author.
Mm.
Yes, so he wrote the graphic novel as well. But it doesn't. I don't know. Animated or cartoonish horror. It doesn't hit the same, so I can read it. It's
But
fine.
you know what? For
But
me, with graphic novels, is also how the illustration. Can I just say, I can't pick up just any graphic novel. I've
novel
learned myself like illustrations have to matter.
matter. Mm. I think I also like was the same until I read manga, where
Mm.
it's so different from graphic novels. And like graphic novels can have different types of style, but I feel like manga is a very specific
Yeah,
type
yeah.
of style. And I had to now learn the manga way of doing because I was enjoying it was with Spy Family. I was enjoying the story so much that I
Yeah.
learned to love the
Okay,
illustrations.
I hear you. I hear
But
you.
then with Heartstopper, it's the illustrations that
Illustrations.
they pull you in. So I had to kind of like learn to appreciate those different styles because even this one has a different style
That's a
to
different style. But
Caroline.
you know, on Webtoons there is I don't remember, but I just sampled it, and
Mm,
the style was I don't remember the name of it. The style was different, but for some
yeah,
reason, I think the character expressions were so good that I kept.
that you kept going.
Ooh, whoever the
Um,
illustrator is did such a great job.
mm. So I have Caroline, and because it was going to be quick, I also have this graphic novel, Assassin's Creed Origins.
When I was
Never
fika
been read.
yazi ngalama graphic novels, uzama
I'm reaching goals.
Cat
And you
Williams
see,
one time.
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
the style. So I
I'm
picked
gonna
this
be
up because
reading
I'm
a
like
book
I really
today.
like the style of this. Oh,
That
okay,
is
this
nice.
is a book an
I actually
hour.
compared
This
this
one,
one,
yes, I
to
love
the
this.
previous one, to the previous one
So
that you just showed.
so
As in
Saga, the
the
quality,
style.
yeah, the style. Saga is like this.
Okay.
Like it's okay. I can't show Saga on live. There's it's graphic also. It's not just
Bayansan,
hey
there's next.
hey hey.
There are
Hey!
powerful saga. I've read, I've read.
I
Remember, I've read the one book, Cherry. I think it was book one.
Did you read
Was
one
the last one.
on Everend?
Yeah,
Go check it on Everend. Yakala,
it's
first
going.
page.
Yeah,
I give
I've
up.
read that. Mm.
I give up.
So
Yeah.
he knows. Where is Yakala? And then you
And then
read.
the graphic, like yeah.
They
Mm.
are
It's
it's a
a deal now, let's
graphic.
go.
It's
And
a
you like
graphic novel.
Haibo.
And then you look
It's
behind you, Nonti,
on
just to
some
check who's
on
Aye.
some high level.
What's the age restriction? Yale saga.
no. A saga is one of those books they wrap them in plastic in the shop.
Hi, they can't even
You
page
can't
through the
you
content.
can't page
Ah,
through. No, you can't page
Oli.
through at the bookstop. It's wrapped.
Babolile, who's the author?
It's red.
Brian
It's
K.
saga.
Vaughan.
It's level something of hentai. Hey,
It's level what? What do you say? What are you saying? What
guys,
are
if
you
you know hentai, ne? Otherwise,
saying?
Oh, is it anime? I feel like I've heard
I'm
that
miserable.
name before.
Not what are you saying?
I'll send it on WhatsApp.
Oh, there's
No, it's
saga.
not. No, it's not something that's meant for the internet. This one, but Nunki, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Aibo.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Angisabi. Nithini, guys. So you read graphic novels. So when you guys are saying you're reading graphic novels, this is what you are doing.
Hey, Kumnandi.
This is what you are doing. That's why you know have you guys seen those TikToks where a guy who just met a girl and they obviously like in the talking stages. Oh, you read? Do you like to read or whatever? Whatever. You must be really smart. And then the girl has like the point of view as the reaction, and they're laughing and they're showing like the kind of stuff that they read. You could say
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily equate to being smart. I'm sitting here reading
You're
about Einstein.
You're not smart, but you are smart.
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 Smart. What
You're
are you?
smart. What are you?
Hi.
So, yeah, but this one
Did you say?
seems pretty cool.
What was I had to love? Yes, I don't know. I want
No,
to see I don't can't.
What's happening?
I fear for my life and my eyes.
And also,
That's
I've
just
read one. I can't remember which one it was.
Why she hasn't
When I
said
was in the
anything?
manga where you read from the back to the front. It
Yeah.
was not Death Note. What was it?
One Punch Man, Berserk.
Probably yes, one of those. It had like some
Yeah.
action outside, but yeah, that was also so cool, Jay.
Mm.
For the fact
What was the
you
name?
telling people that you're reading a book from the back to the front. I mean, even the cover is upside down. Like when you look at
Yeah, it's a mess
Yeah.
trying to figure out
I
where you
actually
need
did
to
that.
start.
Who read Goosebumps in school?
Did.
I
You
read
did?
Goosebumps.
I
I
I
did.
read
think that
Goosebumps.
was probably the first intro to something like that because you'd be at the end of page 10 and it says go to page 70 and then you're on page 70,
Oh
page
yeah,
70.
there was one book.
Yes,
There was
all
one book like
this
that.
was like that. The series was like that, and then you'd have to look
Mm.
upside down at the end of page 80. You have to go to page 5, and then it's the right way up. It was just an interactive. It was
Yeah.
so by the end of it, you don't know what page am I on? Actually, on this,
No, you don't. You can't. You can't. You can't
you
read
only
it.
know when you're done with the story. Okay, you
Yeah.
finished. Yeah.
But also, how would you measure when you're reading Heartstopper from Volume 2? You know how she continues with the page numbers.
Numbers that actually
Couldn't
initially
track it.
it annoyed me to no end initially, right?
I could
So
not
like,
measure
what are
where I
we
was.
and now I'm not a person who measures the pages, but I'm like, what do you mean to me? I'm not okay with this. Like for me, it gave me anxiety because it's not. It doesn't seem
I
right.
didn't know. It felt
And
like
so
you didn't know where you were. It was bothering
I
me.
was like, no, don't do that. Like, there's no need to do. It's like now, even I don't know if these part ones and part twos, right? So, but some books have part ones where part two starts from
Go
page one.
chapter 1.
Or it says chapter one. Yeah, I would say it's
Why
chapter one. Yeah, this one
Why
does
do
this.
you
This
do
one
that?
two, chapter one.
Why do you do
At
that?
times, never end. Uti, chapter 10.
43. Hey, chapter
Like,
43.
no chapter 10. There's no chapter 10. Tell me what am I gonna do? No, those kind of things really give me a lot of anxiety. I don't know that thing.
Like, I'm just like, I
I
don't
don't
like
like
that.
it. I don't like
So when
it.
Heartstopper did it, it confused me so much. And it's like you're not meant to, I guess, look at the page number, but it was there.
No,
It was
don't do
there.
that.
So I needed to see. So what she did,
Whatever
she
it is,
went on
I don't know.
Webtoon and she
And if
printed.
the name for the style, ne, they must scrap it.
No,
Call
it's
literature, they
not.
must say no.
It's the page number via on the way they are on Webtoon. She literally printed it because Webtoon, Haina chapter 1. It's keeps, yeah, it just continues like when I'm
So now we
reading
start
volume
book
5.
5 on page 500.
I didn't know where volume 5 starts. I had to try out a few
Guys,
click around and find out where.
at which point in your life do you decide that this is okay? If analento uyihanya la kuthi part 2 Marindoni siyazazi part 2 you've already said part 2. You've already said part 2. We know we are part 2.
Okay.
There's no need for chapter 1. Continue.
But the other day I borrowed volume 2 of Spy Family from Libby. So I have volume 1, so I was fine reading it from the back to the front.
You have a physical volume.
Yeah, from the right to the left, and then
upside down.
diagonally down.
Yeah.
Did I not get stuck on page 1 for 5 minutes because I forgot I have to swipe the wrong way around because I was reading digitally. Yo, I was like, Kanti, Libby, this thing is not working.
It's not working. You guys who like to complain to these people, you are about to send a message. Libby,
Yo,
can you hear the
Please fix your interface.
I was willing to also come into the group and just like be like, I don't know what's happening with this app. This is why I was not here.
that you guys first come vent here. It's like you guys are assessing. You complainers are assessing. Is my complaint valid? How can Everett? How can Everett do this? Give us Spanish, blah 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 blah. And then you like,
I
complain. Okay,
I
Joby,
laughed at
complain.
myself. You know when you're trying to troubleshoot something and you're doing the most unnecessary things to troubleshoot.
Yeah. You even going
I
to
zoomed in and out.
you even gonna switch off your phone because your phone needs to get started at this point. It's
I found myself
Apple's
zooming
fault.
in, zooming
Yeah.
out, going out. Is it
Yeah.
downloaded?
closing all the other apps and only opening Libby to be sure. That
And
this
Libby,
is the one.
Libby Leona has weird things. You're on the first page, but it shows you an error on that side saying 7p. And an error that side showing 12p. You're like,
Reading is an extreme sport, Ghana. And they want us to read 3,000 books icon. I sometimes like, no way, no way. Also, guys, like, sorry, I'm gonna keep coming back to Cat Williams. Cat Williams, how old is he? So, what year was he? What year was he 7? All I have to say is that which are these books? There's 3,000 books that were published in that year. Well, not in that year, by that year. Let me say by that year that an 8-year-old could read. In 1970 something, I'm sure.
I also continued this conversation with Sean during the
an email.
What?
inbox.
Oh, I thought you said 32. I was gonna say, what a lie. I thought you said 32. I was gonna say there ain't no one. Well, Cat Williams was born in the 70s, early 70s. He just missed the 60s. But when he was 8, so in 1979, Cat Williams had access as a Black American. I don't know much history. I'm just trying to comprehend. As a Black American in 1979. Say he was 8, had access to 3,000 non-fiction books. 3,000.
when
3,000.
when we were
There is no
doing our
ebooks.
sprints.
There's no Everett. There's no.
Overrun.
There's nothing to me. He had access to 3,000 physical books. How was he counting? I want to know how was he keeping. He had no good reads. He had
That's what I was asking.
How did he
During the
get
sprint,
to-
I continued the
Ah,
conversation
okay.
with Sean.
No, he needs to be taken to court. He must be taken to court. If he said 10, we would believe
For
him.
all-
If he said 20, we would believe him. If he said
For
70,
all we know, maybe he was writing them down. He's gonna come up with a
No,
book
they
that
cannot
has the
come.
books that he read.
but we must see that is an 8-year-old's handwriting also.
Yeah.
Ah,
So we can also still get any
He
other
was-
8-year-old.
No, but he must be taken to court.
Can I read this?
Yeah. Read it. Yeah,
I
read it.
googled.
Mm.
I googled. Cat Williams said he read 3,000 books in a year. That's 8.2 books a day.
Pamben.
Pambe.
All non-fiction. All non-fiction.
He's lost. That is not even
No, you can do it with graphic
It
novels.
was not a graphic novel. It was not. It was like a comic books. Like I would understand if he was reading Marvel or
One Piece has more than 100 volumes. At least get you like I'm reading manga. Like 1 hour. 1 hour I can push a book.
The reason why we keep talking about this is that we cannot believe that a person lied to the whole world. A manga, Cat
Yeah.
Williams.
Yo, guys. What to mention what I'm reading? I'm reading My Year of Rest and Relaxation.
Did you not read that book?
Yes, I did. I'm laughing hard at the dark humor. The dark humor is.
Oh, that lady who kept feeding herself drugs.
Oh,
And the
Who's
doctor
that
that
one?
just
Oh yes,
The
the doctor
doctor
kept describing.
yeah.
driving away. You know, they
Pompey,
were-
was that real life or was it fiction? That book.
No,
Is it a memo? Oh, it's fiction.
Hmm.
It's fiction. This
Oh.
title is so weird for fiction.
Wait, it is fiction.
It's such a weird title.
Oh,
It has a title that would. It's like the
it's
year of saying
giving
yes.
memoir vibe.
Oh,
Mm.
wait, I was
Did you guys
still
read
talking
it?
about what I'm reading.
I didn't read it
I,
tonight.
I, was-
Confident.
Mina, I read, but I think I was still talking. So these are my actual TBR books, and this is what I had planned to read.
Ah,
My
okay.
reread, but I'm actually not done with this reread. So I think I might continue and finish this, get into the graphic novels, and sometime tomorrow start Crescent City. I'm ready. I'm ready for Sarah J. Maas again.
I don't know if I'm ready for the new book because I haven't read Crescent City because I'm busy there by Akata.
Ah,
Yeah, but
again.
the reread of
But
Akata.
these are good.
Yeah, this is it.
Have
That
you
is what
got
it is.
to reread year book
That's
2? Are you at book 2?
I'm
The
at book
reread
two.
year book 2. Yes, sis. The reread of book 2 hit me.
And the thing it's this, nah, guys. I feel like it doesn't matter how many times I read this. Riz, yo,
I resent.
that
Awesome.
man was created.
Out of
No,
all of them, in all of the books,
no. Sarah J. Maas took her time.
resent.
With that character, she took
Resent.
her time.
Yeah,
And
Hashem.
no, she took her time, Sham.
Hi. And she
Hi.
made sure that none of us held
You
Temlin
can't
here.
hate him. No, Tamlin
No,
is rubbish and dust.
Tamlin.
Rubbish.
like none of us could
Dust.
hold him here.
No.
We could not
No.
hold him here.
Like for me, the other thing is this. I did get to a point where I was like, no, a lot has happened to Tamlin. Tamlin, like when you want to justify the behavior, even with
The
people like
behavior.
no, if
Mm.
you had gone through this, now you would
Maybe
not
Loena, yeah.
be clean. And then you get Resed who's also gone through something and he comes out like
But
that.
he's
Who am I? Who Tamlin, his moral compass. Aye.
yeah,
Rubbish
take a take.
and dust. Rubbish and dust.
The dumb.
We
You know,
can't.
when I read Resend, he gave me the same vibes as Damien, Vampire Diaries, Damon.
Ooh,
I was
you're
just
right.
like,
You're right.
I was
You're right.
just like,
I get
I
you.
don't care. I don't care damn what he does,
You know,
who he
but
kills.
there are moments where I'm like, Damien and I have a love-hate relationship.
Damon.
I love to
Huh?
like him. I love to like him, but there are moments where I'm like, but now you push things too far.
Hey, but we forgive him.
Sometimes you don't have uh, you don't know
A
when to stop.
compass. No, no, you
You
don't have a
don't know when
compass.
to stop. And I get you. Like I'm on your side for the most part, but learn the line. There's a line in life, Job, that you just keep crossing and then you have to come back with your sorries and your
Yeah.
remorse. Just don't cross the line. Don't cross
And
the
we
line.
take, and the thing is, we
Line.
take him back. We pull him. We pull him from the line.
And then Shem, when he comes back, he's like, yeah, this is why we love you. But then again,
Yeah.
you get to the line and you want to cross again. Damien is a frustration. He's a frustration, that one.
Yeah.
But I hear you what you're saying about Resign though. Like they have this I am who I am.
Bad
Nizas,
boy vibes. Like, hey,
no?
I'm going
And
to do what needs to be done.
and they're not bad people, right? But they are very and they're not hard. How do I
Passionate. They're
yeah,
passionate. They're
yeah,
passionate.
yes.
They're passionate in if I'm hurting you, if I'm loving you.
Yeah.
Passionate equal.
I'm passionate in my justice.
In my
I will
justice, we're
make sure
passionate.
justice is served. Yeah, you answer the questions and ask questions later. Right now, we are solving
And for
the
the person
problem.
I love, I will do everything
To
in my
the
power,
ends
whether
of
they
the
want to or not.
Perfect.
Okay, now
I
I want to
shall.
hear.
I understand. I said a gem.
I know. Shem, Kumnandi the second time around, like the thing I love about rereading, ne? The first time you read the story, you're getting the excitement, you're getting the story. But there's a lot. I found that even especially with Sarah J. Maas and K. Jameson, I found that there's a lot of things they say they do in the first quarter of the book where you're not concentrating because you don't know what's going on and you don't know who Resent is, what this person is, what their powers are doing. So you don't
No, but
concentrate
for
on
me, I
those
believe
things.
in rereading, Shem.
Yeah, now, like when I reread, this is why I'm so
You
excited about
see,
this. Because if I gave this 5 stars when I read it the first time, and I was like, this is so nice. Now, because I understand Sarah J. Maas's writing, and I know there's going to be something that I know I missed the first time because I didn't know it was important. But
It's so
now
weird
we
though
know.
because I feel like I wouldn't have been able to read. So I read the series in 2021. No,
Mm.
2022. I would not have been able to reread it last year. I don't know why. I can't explain it. Né?
I remember you
But
even said last year. Mm.
but now I realize as I'm reading Kuti, there's parts of it that I've forgotten, and I'm glad to have forgotten them. And there's parts that I remember that I'm glad to remember. Like I know Kuti,
Yeah.
I know what's coming, and there are parts where I'm like,
Mm.
oh my
Oh
gosh,
my
he
God,
did what?
this
Because
happened.
there's no way. There's no way that this part of the story was here the first time around. What is
It's
going
filling.
on?
It's filling the gaps. It's filling the gaps.
Yeah.
Closing the.
And getting a bigger understanding, because I think that when
Mm.
you first read these characters, for me, it was a obviously when I first read it, I have no idea what Bo Farah are. I have no idea what Bo
Mm.
Reset are. So I'm learning the world, I'm learning the characters, etc. At least when I go in the second
Mm.
time around, I know of
You
Prithian,
already
I
know.
know
Yep.
the politics, not like on a surface level, I know. So now I can pay more attention as to who is Farah, who is Nesta, who is Elaine.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I get to now see good, okay, fine. Actually, the author did take time to develop these characters, and you get what I'm trying to say? Because
Mm.
initially
You
when
appreciate it
I was
more.
reading them, I was reading them to get an understanding of the entire story. But I feel like the second
Mm.
time around, I'm like, okay, what are the nuances in this thing? What are they actually trying to get me to understand? You know,
Mm.
and the thing is, I want to say, I hate Tamlin more.
This time around,
What
I
a
feel like
wicked, what
the
a
other
wicked man.
because actually the only ones I've reread is I haven't even reread book one. I've only reread book two for some weird reason.
No, book
But
two is good. And I think you would
book
not
two is
get
my
reason because I think
favorite.
that's where we get into Mist and Fury. We get
Mm.
into Risan's life. I get it. That's where we
Yup.
get to meet
Yeah.
his crew properly. That's where,
Mm.
and I think the thing with me with book two is that in book one we really don't quite really know the politics of Prithian, right? We know of
Mm.
Amaranth and we learn of her
And
towards
that
the end,
that
but we
ooh,
don't
that
really know what she's done. And I think book two really
mm,
tells us,
the
okay,
story.
this is
Mm.
what happened, and this is what could happen if certain things don't happen, you know? So
Yeah.
I think that's where the action happens. So
You know
I
what
also
I'm interested
I
to
like
find out for you, Vuvu,
mm,
because you really loved A Court of Silver Flames. I'm
that
interested to see
is the last one, yeah.
the last one. I'm interested to see how what's Farrah's sister's character again? The one
Nesta,
Nesta. How
yeah.
her character, how she's actually behaving throughout the rest of the book. Because we don't, I didn't pay attention to her.
I hear you. I hear you. I
I
hear
didn't
you.
pay
And you
attention to
know
her.
what?
So I'm like, did they
Enough.
give us something to work on to get to book four? That's what I'm
Okay.
interested in
And funny
because
enough, I
that
did pay attention to her. Remember, I said that I think when I started reading it, you say that people don't like Nesta, and then you find out that
mm,
actually the reason. In book one, I had no empathy for her the first time around, right? Because I
yeah,
was like, to me, you can't. I
this
know that
cannot be the way
and
she
you
acts.
think you can,
Mm,
but you can't. You can't. As a sibling, as a daughter, okwazi, Chum, you
mm.
can't. Like
There's no
you
what is the reason?
and this is not the one. But this time around, you know what? I like her. She's smart.
Mm.
Like
I think I would
she's
like her as well the second time
well,
around.
Elaine is just in the
Hi,
clouds,
Eleni.
just
Eleni,
living in
uyabhora.
the underworld. And next, she's actually the one out of the sisters. She's the one. The first time around, she's the little sister that they just overprotect.
Doted
This
on.
time around, I was like, oh no, she's the baby. She's the. This time around, I just want to slap her. I'm like, wake up! Do you realize the world we are in now? Eh? Wake up! We can't be planting gardens and
She's so sleepy that one way.
planting balls. Wake up! What is this? No, stop it. So I really do think that I'm having a different reaction to the characters. Even Lucian, I like Lucian more this time
I
around.
like Lucian. I also like Lucian.
So
See, now,
it's
guys, we
weird.
have no idea what we're talking about, but Lucian sounds likable. He sounds likable.
Oh, what illusion sounds like.
Where did we get it? Give it away. Let's stop. Don't you
You
what did
are
you read?
innocent.
What did you read? Before this one tells us about all her other rereads, I feel like let's give not clear chance. I think not
Let
just
me
telling
mute. Let me mute myself. That's the safest
yeah,
option.
okay. Hold up. Sit down.
Okay. Also, you guys know I have a problem of choosing a book. I also had a few. I wanted to read Red Ink, but then I thought maybe it's well with this set book I'm reading. I
What
don't know
is
if my
what is
emotions
this?
we're going
No,
to
no, no,
handle.
no.
I don't even know what's happening
No, you
here,
can handle
but
that one.
that.
No, read that one. Read that one.
Should I read this one?
Like
Okay, but
first print tomorrow you'll be done.
is it
I'm
okay?
looking
But
forward
here
to
were
that
my
one.
options. Please stay with me. I started it last year,
That's
but I never finished
about
it.
actually.
Mm,
And then there's Scott next to me, and
okay.
then what's with Zola? The thing with Zola.
Should we buddy reading the three of us? Oscar, please
We
don't
are.
God, yes, that's why I
Yeah.
decided this one is out.
I
And
Yeah.
then
understand why she
so
called it that. You're also it's not just the other stuff. She's
Hey,
mentioning it's
don't even
the
tell us
Morris.
about
ah,
Listen,
yeah.
Morris.
Yeah.
So must I read this one? Is this what
yes,
you recommend?
read that one.
Okay. Plus
That's
the dangers
that's gonna
it's happening in Feb more.
Yeah,
So
and also I
I'm
want us
starting with that
to
book in
read
Feb.
at least the read dancer. At least we should read together. Okay? I saw
okay.
somebody on the
Yeah.
book club. I saw somebody on the
Yeah.
book club suggesting it, and it's the sequel to that. I guess.
Yes.
So I'm also planning on reading Red Ink in February,
No,
like when
and the
February
thing is,
starts.
it's a fast read, and
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
read it in like one sitting.
It
It's quite
doesn't look
Hmm.
hectic. And
Maybe
it
we
looks
can
like the
make the
chapters are very short.
yeah. And
hmm.
she's
Usually one page, two
No,
that's
pages.
what
there's so much
I,
blank
I,
space.
I appreciate her for that though.
It's
For short
when the
chapters,
chapter ends.
Yeah. Blank space.
because uqedile ukhuluma, you don't have to
Yeah.
fill the page.
It's
Don't
done. Full
That's a
stop.
mess.
It
Hmm.
ends there.
Maybe we can add the Read Dancer to our second quarter, first book of
Yeah,
second quarter.
somebody just suggested on the group. Sorry, on the app. So I do think that it's something
Yes.
that we can read definitely.
Now that we are done with it, we're gonna be aware that we are able to read thick books. We can
Thickums.
as
The
many
thick.
It counts. Mhm.
Do you know what I'll always get back to this thing, man. And now I need every author who's written a book like that, that's shaped like that, that's just tell us
How to
how
close it.
are we meant to
How are
hold
we
this
to
thing?
hold it?
I'm genuinely
like
asking.
this?
Because even like a Mr. Whatever, Mr. Fury, a Code of Mr. Fury, I'm like, Jomi, we're having so much fun, but now I can't. I really can't.
I can't lie. When I read Crescent City for the first time, when I try to read, especially when I'm reading in bed, it's very hard.
That's the
But
thing, and
luckily,
I read
maybe
mostly in my room, right?
in
So I'm
bed.
not reading here when I'm reading. So I'm reading in bed. So I don't know, Guto, what am I supposed to be doing? What am I meant to do with the
You,
book?
you use your Kindle when you're in bed. You use your Kindle. You
But
use
yeah,
the
because no, I can't buy books 3 times. I've got this book, and maybe I'm listening to the audio. Now I must buy it
you
on
got
Kindle.
audio. You got physical. You get.
Huh?
Oh, are we ready to?
But did you read something else when I not during the sprint?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Nonti, aren't you supposed to be reading this? Or
She
you
wasn't
read
reading
No,
that. I
something?
saw
no,
another book there.
no.
She wasn't.
This one you now read
Oh,
tomorrow.
you reading? Were you reading
It goes
Zola?
down nice, slow. I don't wanna rush it. If you know what I
You
mean.
treat it like
Like
like a glass of wine. It comes.
yeah. No, me now I'm planning on reading this book tomorrow because I need to catch I have a lot of catch up to do. So I will not tomorrow, Sunday, because I'm not doing anything on Sunday. Then I want to catch up. By the time we have our virtual meeting, I want to be on par, you know. If not, I hate.
Were
Yeah.
you?
So on
But what were
Sunday,
you?
I'm gonna do little life thing. Cause yeah,
You're gonna be like lightning.
A
little life
little liar.
thing.
You're gonna be like
Lightning.
lightning.
Bringing us like
So
Little
what were you
life.
reading in the first sprint? I
So
saw you book.
I actually was checking most of them. I read like 3 pages of what Zola, and
Mm.
then I was checking something on my Kindle. Guys, I didn't know what to read. I was checking something on my Kindle, and then it died. I didn't charge it. And then
Ooh, but always charge your Kindle. Yo, I mean, that's the one thing I don't care. Even if I haven't touched it in 5 days, yeah, over 50%.
you just
At
charge.
all times, just in case I have to just grab and go. Yo,
Everyone out who doesn't have a Kindle here.
it's coming.
and I have this
It's
tool for you
coming,
guys.
friend.
You wanna influence
My
you so bad.
Kindle.
Ooh, that is
Cute.
nice. Oh my
But it's flat then.
It's what?
god, nice.
So cute.
It fits so nicely. Oh, I love that.
Where did you get that?
Mm.
It's so cute, man.
From one of the girlies on Instagram.
I'm a granny.
The
Why
one
you
I
granny?
love the bag, that pattern at the back.
It's the
Looks
Alice.
like from Harry Potter. What's this? Alice in
Alice in
Wonderland.
Wonderland.
Oh, it's
Alice
a
in
tea
Wonderland.
party with the Mad
Oh,
Hatter.
it's so
Ah,
cute.
that's nice. That's very nice. Nice,
But
nice.
yeah,
Because Mina, I haven't charged mine since the first day.
You know though that in
but also I haven't used it a lot.
again, rather unsaid the pockets, right?
yes.
When I
Yes.
I brought the pouch with the pocket. My Kindle fits in there.
It does. It does. I also had it in
Okay.
here because I had my book in
I had
here.
a book. Yeah, I had a book
and
in there.
then this and
my
then
Kindle.
bookmarks.
Oh yes, that's
works.
nice. That's nice. Mm.
You guys.
And also, by the way, I'm gonna be using my. Oh,
I
there
should
we
give
go.
that to your son. Hey, Niyanglishana. Parents, what about your
Oh,
son?
mine is gone. Mine is gone.
Yeah,
I'm
good.
gonna be using
And
But
my.
don't actually ask me where it is in this moment. I have no idea. Once it left my heart.
This is now. We are on another level. Hey, hi folks. Hi folks. This is where we got. You
Oh,
guys
no.
know.
Mm.
By now, people must be checking out something. You know.
Somewhere.
Let me entice the people some more. Hive books.
Woo! You
is where we
decorate.
are.
Oh, it looks so good. Bring it closer. Let me
nice.
see.
I'm trying
Are these stickers from Hive Books?
Yes,
Yes.
from
From that
hello.
sticker
Yes,
thing you gave us.
this thing.
You don't even know your own. You don't know your
Child.
own.
Your own
My own merch. I don't know my own merch. But I know there's
I bought
more
a bunch.
stickers. All I know is that there's more stickers that I am eyeing that I want for the hands of Kindle.
Oh,
Those
the
ones.
bring them. Yeah, so I used some of the stickers. So I'm trying them out to see which ones I like the best.
Ooh, okay, I see.
I love reading. I love them. I love them.
They're so pretty.
Mm.
And there's one that says I would rather be reading. And I'm
Swimming?
like,
Yeah.
it fits.
I can tell you how many times in a day I have this sentiment. Yeah. And I look at my life and I'm like, I'd actually rather be reading.
I'd rather be reading. Yeah.
No, you're sitting there listening to somebody and you're like, okay, I have to listen to you because maybe getting this meeting, whatever. But I'd rather be reading.
I'd rather be reading. Be reading.
I would rather be reading.
Yeah.
No.
Guys, Embodiable was talking about my year of rest and relaxation. Yeah, there's a lot of heavy terms in there because of the judge that this unnamed character uses.
That the doctor prescribes, right? Those are the ones the doctor
keeps giving her.
Competent.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That doctor.
Reading. Oh, this she's reading. Stay with me.
She's saying
That's a popular-
Monty, she must read Stay With Me.
Stay with me. Oh, she was voting.
Yeah.
Stay with me. Oh,
Saba well, stay with me, man.
yeah. You haven't read it, friend.
Haven't read it, Chomi, because people say isn't it also meant to be somewhat sad?
Sad.
So I think when everybody was talking about it, that's the one message that kept coming through. So I was like, I pause.
But I did see that link that Umpi shared with all the African literature books that's coming out this year.
Was
There's
it
a lot
not
of
Nonty?
African, or was it Nonty?
The
Between
anticipation-
or the
But it
no,
was me.
there's actually a lot of like romance, black and black romance that's coming out, and I'm like,
Ooh, bring it.
bring
Right.
it because we can't just all have pain and trauma. Like bring the
But
romance.
it's
Let's start living nicely.
Girl, author Bay not coming to South Africa this year. She is, isn't she?
Who
Guys,
that?
listen, and girl.
Who?
Fabulola, is she not coming?
I don't know.
She is
When?
coming. Franchuk, isn't it Franchuk?
Oh, is she
Franchuk.
going to Franschhoek? Because we must do Franschhoek.
We must
Hmm.
go and be stands. Fan girl.
Yeah, we must
And we
spend
must
girl.
pick
Yeah.
up books and say, what did you mean when you made Pago Love in Color? So and so fall in love. You know what? The kind of random questions that readers ask all this. What
Mm,
was the meaning of
yeah.
you choosing that
Yeah.
warrior to fall in love with?
Mm.
Yeah. She must answer us
Yep.
our questions. I'm waiting for her. Another hour and then oh no, we only go. Please don't talk to me. Actually, yeah.
Do you see
Yeah.
who says it's light sad? It's not
Oh,
sad.
stay with me. Okay. No,
Yeah.
then stay with me is definitely on my list to buy. So
No,
whenever
Shem, stay with me.
I come across it, it's probably a book that I would definitely buy. When
Mm.
it comes to like African literature, I have a couple of books that I look at. I'm like, okay, I want to come back for this, but because I'm not pressed to buy it, I find myself lucky with like sales, these random bargain book sales, and the book that I've been looking at for a year is now 70 rand. I'm like, ah, good shot, because I
Mm.
know I'm not going to be reading it anytime soon, so
But you know
it's
what?
not
Like
like House
we
of.
probably we probably do develop some kind of other extra talent here while we are reading. For you to wait for a book for a year, and
When?
get for it to be on sale. How patient do you have to be? Ah, not even forget. No,
No,
but I know
but it depends. But
book
the
I
thing is, the books that I want, they're in my head. But when House
I
of
hear you.
when
I hear you.
House of King, give my house one number book three, give my
Smoke,
mom them.
smoke, dun, dun.
House of
The
Flame and
smoke,
Shadow come out, I will
oh
pay
shit.
all the amounts they want. I will give
Mm.
them. I will
I
meet
was about to
Lee
say that's the other
immediately.
thing. If you really want the book, you don't care much
You,
about.
you don't care.
Yeah.
So because I know with African
But I
literature,
also hear what you're saying that sometimes you'd rather wait secondhand or sale for you to get.
mm,
Okay, I'm starting the clock.
Okay.
I'm
Guys,
ready.
please just check that video I sent
Guys,
you since we were talking about Kindle. Please just check there's a video on TikTok I just shared.
but also you
okay, but
still owe us that information, that sensitive information.
hey, but the way she was giggling and you found sensitive information.
No, this one is about the Kindle. No, that's nothing about that you guys are talking about.
Oh
The
no!
one on
What
you
is she
on
to say?
Yep,
She
I
said
yes,
you still owe us the
she
other
sent it.
information. So now I'm like, I'm just she said it. Oh jeez.
She sent it. Yeah, but it is what I thought it was because I heard that term for the first
No,
time when I was
no,
watching
no,
something
no,
else.
no,
That
no,
is a
no.
very graphic.
I was not ready for this.
Boo boo, this
you never
looks like your
expected it.
kind of thing.
That one, but it wouldn't make me cry. The thing is, that one made me
You
cry.
will make me
That's my
cry.
standard now. That's my standard now. If it does not make me cry, then it's not my kind of thing.
I
It's not
don't
my
know
kind of.
if
Will it make me cry?
I'm going to start. I'm gonna leave.
Hectic. Okay, okay.
Oh, damn, Haini.
Oh, let's read Teppo's comment before we go.
Haini.
I was about to say the math is back.
7% in now, 93% or pages of pure pleasure to go. No rush. I want to savor every word like a kid devouring
I
ice
win.
cream on a hot summer day.
Choice. Okay, okay. You know what will make you happy when I tap? Let me just tell you. Kindle, I get a yeah, buy like percentage. I just want to tell you, according to Kindle, I'm 13% into my book. Ultra or Kindle, okay? It's not me, I didn't calculate.
Which is page what?
It's page, yo, Jason, there it goes. Wait, I'll tell you now. Page 33.
Mm. Hi.
Sizabo.
I have not forgotten the 1%. Anyways, let's read.
Am I unmuting? Are you
I
unmuted?
unmuted. I did unmute.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
We're back.
Yes.
How did you guys do? I actually the first bit I did read.
Look at that blanket.
Mhm.
I just make
The
me
blanket is back.
so sleepy.
Couch.
Mm.
These couches are literally the one.
You
This
full
is
of
where the danger is.
no, I never said the drink sprints. I learned. I learned my lesson.
You
Oh my god.
will just not make it.
Um, no, I don't even want to look at the audio of this because it's 30 over 30 hours long.
What speed are you reading at when I look at audio?
Yeah.
Eh, True, and it's still over 30 hours. I get
1.8.
show me. And you're
Even fantasies don't do this.
you are lying. You are lying. You are
I
lying.
am now reading at 1.8 speed.
And what does it
I
say?
am on 14 hours in.
Yes, I was like 30. I get. It's not the one.
Mhm.
I am on page 116. Yeah. Which is here.
I'm sorry, man, I'm tired. Yo.
I'm also tired. I'm also tired. I think I got like 30 pages in, but my only worry is will I remember those 10
Churches.
pages?
Mm.
You remember
No,
what?
those 10
The
pages I
10
was reading
pages.
right now.
The
Will
question.
I
Now,
remember
now,
them?
just now I said to Ompila, I'm not even going to finish this chapter because I won't remember. So I'm not going to bother. At least I remember what I read so far, right? Because I also got to read.
Yeah.
There came a time when I was like, be honest,
Mm-mm.
Ukatele, you don't know what you're reading. Don't
Like Tepo said, the book starts reading you because
you know? It was
you
about
don't know what you're doing.
and it was gonna say, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
Yeah, sure.
I
Sasha.
started this book, guys. I don't
That's right.
I don't know why I did not start this one before. Like on the first sprint.
You must
I thought
trust
this book is
me.
so nice.
You
Who
should
was
have
this
asked
you on the
me.
sleep? What
Me,
I
not
bought?
guys. I feel like at this point, I think I know you guys, all three of you. You must
Mm.
just say, Fufu, here are the books. Which one must I read? Trust me.
Already.
But I don't. When you ask for recommendations of Angela, Red Ink always like comes up,
It's very quick.
and
It's
that one with the uh widow, what,
I
some
haven't
widow
read
thing.
it yet.
Oh,
The
you
Black
haven't read that one? Oh,
That's the
Black
next
Widow
one on the
Society.
book list that I need to read. I
Mm.
Yeah.
haven't.
Oh my God. Wow. Like the first few pages, they're like you like, what is it? What?
Command.
First few pages, she was not having like you know what? That thing that happened to still happened with me. I mean, I was carrying onion, guys. And then the plastic
Oh,
G.
what thing? Because why do you assume these people know what you're talking about? What thing?
I'm just like, what onions?
Oh
Start from the beginning, please. From
yeah.
the
Okay. So the beginning, the very first like first or second page, what was
hey,
see where they
Poppy,
sent her
sorry.
to the shop to
Mm,
buy some food for supper. So in
mm.
the plastic, it's what is it? It's meat, it's mealy meal, and I don't know something else.
Onions.
So that the plastic broke, so everything was just all over. It went, you
Mm.
know. So I've had an experience like that, but I went to
Yeah,
buy onions,
I mean,
and they
guys.
were like whew, all
I
over
would cry.
100
Honestly,
grams.
Did you have to chase them? Did
I
you
would
have
not
to?
even. I would just
I
cry and
did.
just watch. Be a damsel, the damsel that I
Yeah.
am.
Also, I went back
No,
home.
Yeah,
I
and
couldn't.
wait for somebody to come and pick them up to you
somebody's
and look
definitely
you in the eyes as they giving you the
no, they
onion.
don't have to look me in the eyes, but somebody will definitely trust me. I'm a damsel. You know, in those kind of situations, and somebody will help you. Somebody will help you. That's what I know about life. They will definitely help you.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a nice read so far. It's a girl meets
So did you
boy.
chase the onions? I want to know
Hmm?
your story. Did you chase the
Oh,
onions?
I went home. I went back home. I told my grandma, yo, she shouted at me. She
Because
said
you
that she
left the onions.
I must focus. Oh, my grandmother. She told me why am I playing with the plastic? I must stop playing with food. Yeah. My Coco was that girl. She will tell you to focus. Like you need to focus
Oh,
when
I
you are
get
within the
her.
people
I get
in
her.
front of some Gabantu. You must stay woke.
Because I also
Why
think
is
this
the
is
bag of
what
onions
happens
falling?
to certain people. It doesn't happen to everybody. I get your grandmother. What were you doing?
You know,
It can't break out of
it's
you
like you're
for no
carrying a
reason.
bag and you're
Why
busy
were you
doing that.
doing this exactly? So she was right. You were
Uh,
playing.
you were not focused.
You didn't focus.
And for the fact that we took long because
Oh
we
yeah,
met
well,
up with
you were
some of the
playing.
girls we knew.
Yeah.
We were chatting. The next
Next
thing
thing, the
I
onion is on the floor.
Mm.
Ah, okay,
when we got
focus.
home, yeah, she's like, even the pap is red. Where are the onions? Yeah, it's no coco manje, as you know. Ish, we were running, you only can create a story to stay out of trouble. My grandmother can read through you. She's like, no, you must stay focused. I know you guys were playing. I know.
Mm.
Ish, that time you have nothing to say. You're just waiting for the money again to just go back. And mind you, the second time I ran, I came back so fast. I think it was very fast, but yeah.
So
So that
then
was just
all
a
the
You're
lies you
focused
told, all the
because you
lies
were
you told,
focused.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Nisha, all the lies you told before, because now it took you half the time to go get these same onions.
Yes,
Because now she's
exactly.
focused and she's forgotten her lies. She's
Oh,
focused and she's forgotten her lies.
Me now as that
mm.
child who enjoyed playing. I loved playing. I was an active child. So every time I went to the shops, I see the kids playing. I put whatever aside, I played. Then take the things, go back home.
I believe
And
you do not know I
nowadays,
believe you.
yeah, the one time I forgot milk, I had to go back to get the milk. You all guys,
Yeah.
me now have stories to tell.
You
Me
were
and
you
my
were not the one to send for groceries, when
Yes.
and back in the days, they'll just send you to the shop to just buy one, not even
Mm.
1 liters of milk. Oh, it was a small thing, man.
those
One
cartons.
item.
Yes,
Mm.
those cartoon like milk
Mm.
boxes. Yes, just for tea, because my
It's just for
grandmother wanted
tea.
to
Yeah,
drink
just to
tea
color
that
the
time.
rooibos.
Yeah, that time she
Mm.
wanted to drink tea. You must go now to buy the milk. I come back an hour later. The tea is
Oh, I
cold.
know you would have. I mean, as my child, you would have
No,
frustrated
you're
me.
a problematic child. You.
But I feel like
I,
childhood,
I
though,
like
you
to
need to,
play, guys.
before you know what's right and wrong, as in the reason behind these instructions and why you must come back quickly, you have to at least experience a certain scolding.
Mm.
Yeah, I got into trouble with my cousin the one time. And I was
Mm.
not a problematic child, ne? But I
Yeah,
think at that age, I was just easily influenced in change. Or I was also curious. So
yeah.
my grandmother's house, there's like a train rail that passes just behind it.
Mm.
But like you know how villages are, ne? It's a walking,
Yes,
and that's
yes,
where you used to go, like dump stuff, and then whoever collected the stuff would collect from them. So my
yeah,
dad, I think they were painting in the yard the one time. So there was old paint. So my grandmother says, now this is back in the day. The village didn't have electricity, didn't have. Do
yeah,
you get what I'm trying to say?
yeah.
So
Mm.
my grandmother says, go and you and your cousin go through this old paint by the station. And we go. Do we not get to the station? Decide it's a good idea to open this paint. Say voila. Played with the paint. Played with the paint. Ah, we were fighting. What were everywhere.
You've got
So
the evidence all
on the
over you.
on the other and oh no, and she said, my grandmother was a teacher almost, and she said, when just throw this thing away, you guys must not play with this thing, right?
Mm.
Uban. Uban. So we are
It's
like,
like
play with the paint. Why do I'm sure we were even probably even coloring each other with the paint. Ne? Now it's time to go home. So on the other side of the house there's a dam, right?
Mm.
no.
Okay, so we get closer to home and we're like, this woman doesn't play here. in trouble. Now. Ne? So you must think about this. This person's a teacher during the time like there's corporal punishment in school. So she will definitely beat
You
you
will
up.
go pick
You
pick your stick.
like Guti, if you're in trouble, you are getting a hiding. It's not there's no negotiation. Ne?
Mm.
So there we are by the dam. We are playing with the water. We're trying to scrape this thing off. It's not coming off. We are
No, in fact, making it dry.
yo, we are picking
Mm.
at stones. We are trying to rub this thing off. It is not coming off and it's getting dark. Do you hear me that there's no electricity in this village? It's getting dark. What do we do instead of going home? Because we know it's gonna go down when we get home. We go to the neighboring houses. Sorry. They know us. They know the minute they see us, they know that we
You're in
right? So you know
trouble.
how it is, huh? We're like, sorry, we got pain on ourselves. Do you guys mind loaning us a bit of paraffin? Because we're like, okay, surely paraffin.
You're looking for turpentine, and then you like paraffin is the
What
one.
do we know? What do we know? The
But
paraffin.
why did you think of paraffin? Why was
It's dark
paraffin?
outside. What are these kids doing? Because we're thinking, no, paraffin definitely should thin something. Like that thing smells of fumes. There's definitely no way that it won't work.
Yeah, it
So
will burn your skin off.
eventually somebody said, aren't you Mrs. Vienna's kids? We're like, yo.
Who knows us?
No, and the worst thing is that we're adding to the problem. We're out in the dark, two girls
Including
full of face,
including the neighbors
all
in
of
the
these.
business.
Guys, we got into trouble for sure. That lady took us back home and we were in trouble. Yeah.
Yo.
I know definitely my grandmother, there's no two ways about it. She probably gave us a hiding. I don't remember the hiding. I remember this whole thing of being desperate not to go home with this pain. But she probably definitely hit us from. There's
Yeah.
no two ways about it. I'm sure it was after supper by the time we got home.
Yo,
Yo.
yo, 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 yo.
Yeah. Because
And you
we
know,
spent the whole day by the railway trying to play with paint. So by the time we
you
got back, it's only when we realized, okay, yeah, we've been here too long.
Hmm.
mm-mm.
I
And at
gonna
that
know
time
we
it's
need
like
to plot.
everything you're doing, you're just making it worse.
Exactly. Because you tried to get
You're
out of
making-
trouble. You should not have done any of
You
these
should
things
have not done any of this. It just keeps
to
getting
begin with.
worse.
To begin with. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I shame.
Mm.
So yeah, at this stage, I'm at a very scary part, if I can say. This guy sounds like he's not who I think it is from what he's doing now. But then I'll have to read further in the morning to see,
Is
or
he going
just
on, is he going on dates? Is it?
yes, they're going on a date, their
Mm.
first date now.
Mm.
The stuff he's packing there.
With the inmate.
No, 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 with Boosie,
Yes,
the girl,
obviously.
Oh,
um,
you! I was
the
just like,
girl who
what?
dropped the bag.
Oh, I
The
forgot
girl who
about the
dropped the
girl who
bag.
dropped the bag.
Yes,
The girl who dropped the bag. So she's
yes.
gotten ready
Her
for a
name
date.
is Boosie
Has she
Studio.
already dressed and gotten ready for her date? The
Yes,
girl.
yes, they're getting ready. They are both about to go because remember they're telling it both sides. Like while she's busy putting on her lipstick, he is packing this and that. So yeah, now they're about to go out. That's where I'm at. I think I'm gonna read before I sleep. I'm not really sleepy, so I'm so excited.
Woo! Nkosi yami, I wish I wasn't sleepy. Yo. Sabawell. Read a
I'm
bit
not
more.
sabawelling anything. I must just
And I want
sleep
to
and
read at least
crash
to the end
tomorrow.
of this chapter, but I'm not gonna make it. I'm not
Then
going to
the
make
end
it.
of my chapter is nowhere near. It's
Mm.
nowhere in sight. And I feel like if I continue, I might need to restart the whole chapter. So I might as well put it down. Hey, yeah, NK Jameson writes, yo, I think there's one chapter that's like 30 pages long or something. I remember the first time I read it, that was
Sometimes
one thing I'm like, yo,
long
it's a
chapters
long
work
chapter.
for certain books as long as they have like
Mm.
those pauses. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's
So it does. But because I'm reading it for the second time, it's much faster. It doesn't feel as slow
Mm.
as it did the first time around. And hey, Lena, her writing style, sometimes it's flowery, but I like how for each perspective the writing style is slightly different without knowing the name of the character, like I could tell that this is the younger character I'm reading. The
Mm.
way she writes about the younger character is very different to the older one, for example. Even the terms that she uses, the wording she uses, the older person is just, they sometimes, oh, there was a sentence that I'm like, I have no idea what you just said, and it's fine. I'm going to keep reading. I don't, otherwise, I must go and Google every single word that makes up this sentence. It's fine. Whatever you said, it's
I
fine.
hear you. It's actually the same with this one because the two time periods in Chalkman from when the main point of view is a child and then the other one is when he's already an adult, right? And you can tell the only thing that you keep getting is the years, right? But you can
Yeah.
definitely tell that this is the reasoning and whatever of a child, and then you can tell that okay, this is a grown up. Now she does tell you, at least she does tell you obviously that this is who he is in this era of his life, this is how old he is in the other era, but also like the language, the way that things are playing out, you can tell okay, this is a child's, even if it's a memory, it's a child's memory, if you
Right.
hear what
Yeah. Mm.
Okay. When that chocolate.
it's going very well. It's going very well. So basically the premise of the story is that something has happened, né? And I think she tries to get you to figure out what has happened, but she doesn't give you enough clues. But she makes you feel like she's given you enough clues. If you get what I'm trying to say. So every time she gives you a cliffhanger, you think, "Oh, that's it." Sometimes the cliffhanger she resolves immediately, and you're like, "It wasn't it." And then sometimes you're like,
Mm.
"I know what's coming. I think I want." So now I've already got a suspect, but something tells me, "Go to the suspect might actually end up being the hero." So I don't know, and yes,
Mm.
and yes, and yes, and yes, and yes. But weird things. So the book starts off with a very weird I don't know if it's a murder or not, but it's a weird death scene, right? So
Mm.
now then the narrator or the main character says, okay, for you guys to understand what happened, I have to start at the beginning. And as with most stories, the beginning is different for all people, right? And who can tell
Mm.
if that's the beginning of a thing? But I'll start from where I think this began.
This is the beginning.
And then
Yeah.
he starts telling the story from that year, from his current year, etc., etc. And somehow the past has come to visit the present as well, but we don't know what the past is. But there's this
Mm.
lingering thing, Koti. Something happened, and there's a secret, and there's a crime or a criminal, and they this boy was probably at the center of it, and now as a man, him and his friends have a secret that they're hiding. It feels like that right now.
Mm.
So we're trying to figure out what actually happened.
I just find the Chuckman, like I don't know. I fell off in my journey of
She's
reading
very well.
thrillers. I fell off CJ Tudor, and CJ Tudor's books are like available. Like I see them all the time in the bookshop, and I'm just like I need to come back.
I've
Yeah.
known about the Burning Girls, but I haven't read it. But I thought the debut should tell me whether or not it's something somebody I would want to keep
To read
reading.
from. Mm.
Okay.
A little life. Oh, Kakal. We must find the
Little
internet.
life, how's life?
Internet.
The internet.
How's
Internet.
life?
When we find you.
No, guys, you cracked it. When we started this past hour, I was on page 150 something. Now I'm on 160 on the dot. I didn't finish the last chapter because I was quite sleepy, so we just stopped reading. So
Mm.
tomorrow morning, I'm hoping to go through that section where listen, I'm supposed to be here. Yeah, I'm supposed to be. Yeah, I'm supposed to be here.
It's like the end of that sec. Huh?
By tomorrow, I need
Is
to.
that the end of part 4?
Yeah.
Then the book is finished, Mus.
So this platform.
Hey, no, I don't trust you too.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, a 7-part book. Well, that makes more sense.
One bookmark.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me because that's a 7-part book. I'm like, there's no way.
This is part
Yeah,
Tomorrow I can. Yeah.
That
that
looks
is
more like it.
tomorrow Sunday, but that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, because I'm here now.
Yeah, John,
But
I
this
believe
time
you
to go
now.
through.
I believe you.
Mhm.
Cool. I am going to
Are
read.
the
Huh?
different parts like different perspectives, or is it different timelines?
So I'm not sure at this
No,
point, but yes, something like that.
something like that. It's a
At the
mixture.
start, you get perspective from all of the, like, it's a group of friends most that we are
Mm,
reading about. So you get perspective. There's a main narrator, so it's not really point of views as in, but you get insight
mm,
into their different lives, right? All of them.
okay.
And then
Mm,
part two pulls out one of the characters and only focuses on
okay.
them. So I don't know,
Mm,
maybe
okay.
if in part three will pull out one other character, or we will continue with this one specific character. I'm not sure.
Like now
Mm,
I'm
okay.
on the section for the main character, but there is a chapter that has someone else's point of view.
Mm. For the main
Mm.
character of part two, because we don't know who the main character of this book is, because
The
they've
whole.
pulled out the first. So part two is the first time that they're putting out a specific character and
Character.
focusing on them. So for me, I feel like it would be nice if they pull each of them out, right? But at the same
Mm,
time, even if they stick with this one has got a lot to give as well. So
Lot.
it still has,
Oh,
it has potential. So
yes.
mm,
for me it's just I think for me part two is filled with anger more than sadness. I'm just like, I don't think that I'll ever understand how people feel they have a right over somebody else. Like,
mm.
I don't doesn't make sense to me.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't.
Okay. What time is it now?
We've got 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes to read through the comments. Courtney is here. Hi,
Hey
Courtney.
Courtney,
Courtney.
Yeah.
please
How's the read
do.
along coming?
Please do. What book are they reading?
I don't know if she said. I think this is just after she joined.
Yeah,
Hmm.
this is when she joined. So
Mm.
please tell
Saba
them
where
to.
the snow.
Who said?
Yes,
But
Saba, let us know.
well, how's the read along going? Were you
Yeah.
not
I
asking?
asked. I was
We
asking Courtney.
So that's why I'm asking, what book are they reading?
No, no, no. The read along, the month long read along that she's hosting.
Oh, okay.
The
Oh,
January one, the boot
I
camp.
remember now. I
The
remember
boot,
the
mm.
yes.
I saw a couple of the live streams set up,
oh,
but
on
some of them
YouTube.
are out of our normal
Oh,
time zones.
yeah.
Oh, Saba quoted Johan Seneca's book, Brothers with Drilling the Death Drill. Oh, no, no, no. I, Ekosa, say you're my brothers, Swazis, Squandos, Basutus, and all the others. Let us die like warriors. Raise your war cries, brothers. But isn't this from Dancing the Death Drill? Wait, that's it.
So I think you say something about it afterwards. Check the next comment or something.
Okay. Someone's talking to
Courtney.
Courtney asking, Snow Day, where are you based? New Jersey, USA. Oh,
Organt.
look,
Organt.
we've got international people here.
Ompile. Ompile. Guys, can I please expose Ompile live?
You want to be
Ompile.
exposed to this food.
I was going on about how she's going to Paris, Mon. And then
Ooh,
Opi sent me
don't tell people
that
people's
voice,
Why are you
that
telling me?
video. Listen. Opi sends me that video ya bonang. Ari, Miguel, ke o jwetsitse visa. Ari, oh, bonang. Ari, nna ke tlabe ke le kae?
Yes.
Wena o tlabe kae? Johannesburg. I felt it.
You felt it
But you felt it.
I
in your
felt it.
hand.
I was like, yo, yeah,
Mm. But I love Bonang's energy, Shem. I love
yeah,
her energy.
Pick a girl
Yes.
night. So that's exactly yeah, monang.
Yeah, yeah. So now when I see Tepo asking Unono, where is she from? Orkant, where is Tepo? Johannesburg.
With the wind, not the snow. You can stay warm and pray with a good book while sipping some coffee. Okay, so this quote from the book touches on the tragic tale of the catastrophic sinking of the SS Mendi. Fred Kumalo's Dancing the Death Thrill is a historical fictionalization of this Black Titanic tragedy.
You did
Yes,
say.
Yeah,
and
Julie,
many
remember that book.
historical fiction work.
Somebody else was reading this actually on X. They were talking about it, and I
Mhm.
was like, I've heard a lot about this. And who was it actually? I forget her
I think
name.
I have the book, but I haven't read it.
And she was going on. She this was her the first book they read this year, and she was on some
It
lesson.
is a,
Read the book.
that is the only I stand to be corrected for anyone else who's ever read Fred Kumalo.
Does it not have a memoir?
Yeah, but that is the only historical fiction
Oh,
work
historical fiction.
of his that I would recommend highly.
So I know people also rave about his memoir. That's why I was
Memoir.
asking.
Oh,
So it's
Yes.
this book and his memoir that people I forget the name of the but his other books I hardly hear about, but definitely the memoir and this book.
this
People
one. Oh,
go on
yeah,
about.
no. Yeah. Who else? Okay, so Courtney says, I wish. I'm doing some house stuff and about to edit. And Scorpio says, thank you very much for the spread.
Thank you. Hope to
Thank
see you
you.
tomorrow.
See you. Tepo says, yeah, ne. Ge isimu kwa
Are you talking to Courtney?
kimulao. Excuse my mother tongue nature.
Who's the beast? What's going on in these comments? Seppa, what's going on?
Now
What does he
Courtney
And
is open Google
I've never
Translate.
seen Tepo
What,
type so much.
what
Is
is he
it
saying?
I've never.
What does that
There's
mean?
a translation. Nature of the beast is the translation. Ge e se mokgwa ke molao. If it's not your
Oh,
habit, it's law or something like that.
what?
If it's direct translated,
Yeah, these comments
but
tonight.
I don't even know what this refers to.
Yeah.
Courtney saying she can't
What's
rest
that
because she
context?
has to do house stuff and edits.
Oh, it's like yeah, you need to do what you gotta do. You know that kind of thing. That's kind of like do what you gotta do.
Hey, John, are you?
Hey, ke mokgwa- what was
I
that
see mokgwa ke
sentence?
molao.
Eh,
Mm.
ge e se
No,
mokgwa
now he's busy
ke
looking
molao.
up stuff. He's busy on Google also. He doesn't know. Thank you very much. Oh, busy. Ka ge ge go.
It was a typo.
Guys,
Tabo,
Sabo, you
we've been
actually
here.
probably the youngest person on this live. You should know what that means.
No.
Okay.
You were
Yo.
playing tricks that here on eye on you. See that? Oh, yeah.
No, with the shortening of the words. We've been here. Last year we got
The
rocked.
trickster.
Why? Who got you? Now we're last year. I'm like,
Hey, I wasn't the only one. Is
to
all I
you. I'm
know. I was not the only one.
Hey, but
That's
now
all I
I'll
know.
never forget you and Netflix and chill. I'll never forget that. From then on, it's always gonna be you, Jim. It's always gonna be
No,
you.
I've never
Netflix
seen
and chill.
anybody. I've never seen anybody like shorten
In that
Netflix
big
and
age.
chill. And I was just like, what is going on? Sometimes you just type fast and you don't know whether if it's like a
What they
random.
say.
Oops.
Mm.
Mm. I like that WhatsApp gives us the option to edit our messages now. You don't have to like type
Exactly.
something and then come back with
Don't
the
mind.
asterisk
Do you know that
and
I
then
hardly edit? Actually,
yeah.
don't mind.
But
I feel like
sometimes
people
people
naturally
get
make
it.
pause, right? It's a
Yeah.
natural thing. And at the end of the day, as long as I've understood what you're saying. And
Yeah.
now there's a difference with there's a type on it, and then
Yes.
there's not knowing how to write. That is the thing that gets me. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like you
Yeah.
can make not a typo, sorry, you can how do I explain it? It's like,
Like they and there.
yeah, Yabana, those things,
Yeah.
those things freak me out. Don't
There
do that.
and there.
Don't do that thing. Don't do that thing. Don't do it.
I think like I edit if my typo creates another readable word that changes a
Okay,
sentence.
okay.
But
But
then
sometimes the thing
I
is,
used to hate it when I tried to
trained.
fix.
But
Have
we're
you
so
ever
trained
like
because we
tried?
never had this edit before. We're so trained to
We
know
never had it.
in context, this is what she's actually
This is
saying.
what
Like,
she's
this is not
meaning.
class. This is not
Mm,
English class. But okay, if you are constantly saying there and there, sure,
mm.
then there's a bigger
Like
Yeah.
problem there.
Sometimes the English is not
I used to
English.
fix, and then you try to fix, and then you fix as a typo, and then you
You
have to
know,
fix it.
me and my sister's friend were talking the other time, and we were like, it's only women who care for these things, guys. Guys don't know how to write. They don't know how to spell. They don't, and they don't give
Okay.
you.
They
They will
don't
write what
care.
they've said. They will put what they've said there with you in that text, and they will keep it moving. Usosbona. If you don't understand Usosbona, I would
Yeah.
listen, please.
Yeah.
It's put my editor, Sifaki stars, so that we
No.
get our point across. Those people don't care. You Excel have said what they've said. They've said what they've
The
said.
way the way
They've
they
said
save
what they
people's
needed to
numbers,
say.
Huh?
the way
It's
they save people's numbers on the phone, not asking how their names are
Hey,
spelled.
those people
Yo,
don't. Those people don't get. Oksala, you will hear them and they will understand what Ibana they've saved, whoever they've saved. They know who it is. When is
Yeah.
your
no,
that you wanted to
plumber,
know?
plumber, 1, 2, 3.
Tina, we want to say Sabelo the plumber. That's how you
Yes,
say it.
it's like
Oh,
name. You put the
and
name
that's
where it
how
says
he
name, and
he's
then you
not gonna
put
say he's not
surname.
gonna say his name. When he calls him, he's gonna say, yeah, bruh. Tina, we're gonna be
Yeah.
saying, hi, is this Sabelo? The plumber.
Yes,
You don't know any Sabelos in
until
the
it's confused.
You said yes, it's Sabelo. You want to verify. Is it Sabelo? The
The
plumber.
plum.
Yes. And at that time, Sabelo is in his feels like, yeah, because of why not? Like, wow, Sabelo.
So they do that even in text and because of why not? And you sitting there and you're thinking, oh, Ngosiam,
Mm.
You're like, oh, Sabelo, just
what
fix
is
the
going
pipes.
on?
Please. The pipes.
And just knowing that when you are chatting and we women we write like long paragraphs.
And
We
the
don't
man be
read
like,
it.
okay, sure.
Yes,
This one guy
because
said
they don't read it.
this one guy said to me during
They don't
chatting,
read it.
Yena, he just needs me to understand from the start. Ne? And I
Mm.
suppose he's probably been talking to girls, he knows. Yena, he will always respond to the last thing said. So
That's what my husband
if you're
does.
writing a paragraph and then
That's what my
maybe
husband
you
does.
said a lot of things in this paragraph, and then the last thing is that, oh,
That's what
and
matters.
I'm about to
What
make
time
lunch.
are you
And maybe
coming?
the rest of your paragraph was full of emotions. Maybe I
Yeah.
was so tired, I couldn't make do whatever. I had to do this. And then you say, I'm about to make lunch. He'll say, what are you making for lunch? He
Yes.
does not
That's
know
exactly that is exactly
that stuff that you
the
put in
situation.
making.
That's exactly my situation.
Men are from Mars.
Yeah. Even when you're like,
Daughter.
have you been like, oh, please pass by the shop and buy bread?
Mm.
If I keep writing and eggs and egg, they either buying the first thing or the last thing.
Why Shamna, Joga, that was my first insight into stuff in my big age. I was like, you know what, this guy, he's saying say one thing at a time. You cannot say a million things. He's saying say one thing at a time.
Send
If
one
you want
message
it
only.
once, one thing at a time. Yo, answer.
Like,
Yo.
fine. If I
That's
send
when
a
they
list,
say I
fine, that list won't be
then
complete.
rather you go to the shops then if you wanna add
Yeah.
eggs, bread, milk, then
He's
you
gonna
go
you're gonna have
to
to
the
wait for
shop.
him to say, I'm at the shops. Then you're gonna say, have you gotten the bread?
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
eggs.
Then now you must say, please also get eggs. And then
Yeah.
give him 2 seconds. Did you get the eggs? Yes. Add milk to your cart. Yeah.
And
Nah, I
have
also
you
know
ever
girls. Jog, I know girls who send their husbands pictures of exactly what they're talking about
no?
because I'm
Yes.
like,
Yes.
"Uthoti."
So that's
The
the
one
only way to make the correct
she
communication.
she asked her husband to go buy them oranges. This guy comes back with grapefruit. And they start having, they start having an argument. And this guy's asking,
Different things. It's the
but
same.
technically
It's like it's the
speaking,
same.
but technically speaking, this is the same thing. And then she's like, have you ever seen me eating grapefruit? I don't even like this. Apricot, oxalate, citrus,
It's
kiss
orange.
citrus. It's a citrus thing. This one. Grandfather.
Guys, it's a situation because it's
Oh
like
man, I know
you send the word like you bring sugar, no? And then you send a picture of the bag of
of the
sugar
sugar
to
because you
bring.
can get any sugar.
Yes, and then
Trickster
you
sugar
call to
for you.
give them directions inside the shop. When you walk into the door, turn left by the aisle, the bread aisle. You keep going straight, turn right. Yeah.
No. But you know what? My dad does not know how to shop. My dad is in grocery store. Okay, my mom was the kind of, I think her thing for my dad was that she spoiled him to rotten. So he does not know how to do grocery shopping. My mom's been late for 6 years. My sister has to go do grocery shopping for my dad. And then my dad
My
comes
guys.
when she says, I'm done now. I'm by the till with the trolley. Then he comes, he swipes his card, and then she must, and then he leaves her there, and then she must put the food in her car and
Pregnant.
deliver it to his house. And then the helper is going to unpack. He does not
And
know
put
what
it,
place in what aisle in the shop. He does not know. Does not know.
I have to give
He will come,
directions,
and
guys.
then and then my sister said, you know what, this thing of you coming here and swiping, you are wasting my time. Then he says, okay, take the card, okay. But no, I'm not going shopping. You take the card,
Eh,
and he doesn't even he doesn't know what he eats. So he doesn't know what he
no,
needs. The helper has to do the list of he needs
yep,
bathing soap,
yep,
toothpaste,
yep.
mouthwash, and then
Wow.
this is what he needs
Mm.
in the
The,
kitchen and
well,
whatever. And
they'll
then
only know that the
he
toothpaste is
doesn't
finished
even
in the
know.
morning when they're trying to brush their teeth and it's
Yeah,
not there.
yeah. So then she has to do all of that, and she has to make sure she does it during the time that the helper is there because she's also trying to avoid unpacking the groceries, which
Unpacking.
was usually my mom's complaint. She goes, no. I cannot drive to the grocery store, get out
Buy
of
the
my
groceries.
car, drive a trolley, choose the grocery, put it into the trolley, get to the till, take it
Pay
out
for
of
it.
the trolley, and somebody, okay, fine, at least somebody puts it in the bags, and then put it back into the trolley, get it out of the trolley in the boot, and then I must still be the one to take it out of the car.
Out
I think, no.
and pack it
That's where my role
and cook
ends.
it.
I think that's where my role ends. I'm not unpacking. I'm not taking out of the car. I stop it there.
Mm.
Right, sure.
Aye.
Yeah, no.
Nah, I asked
And
Vele,
then
what were you gonna do? Apparently, it was just gonna be ordering, those food, the one that's fully cooked. You just reheat and
oh my
eat.
God.
It's like, no, that's what my husband says he would be doing.
No, share my daddy and I, he can't, guys. Like to the point where, luckily, his brother and his wife live, like Sitler's parents live like a street below us. So if the helper's not there on weekends, that's where he eats.
Mm.
He's not buying takeout. He's not. Oh, that man
He's
is.
not even buying takeout. He's
That
not
man
You're
even
is.
doing
taking
takeout.
No,
mm.
even us when
Nothing
we're
takeout.
home, when we feel like we are tired, we don't want to cook. We have to say, "Hey, can the men of the house agree to us buying takeout with your permission, please? Thank you very much."
Your permission on your card.
Yeah. And there's things he doesn't eat. So if you take out his pizza, my dad doesn't eat pizza. He doesn't understand what that is. Where is his meat?
Where's the pub?
Oh,
And
Where's
meat.
the pub?
where is his meat?
Hour.
Are you done with the
I'm
comments?
not done.
Oh.
Oh,
Ooh, and the time.
It was
Now I gotta read my ink, please.
It's starting to feel sleepy now, but it was a
Oh, I'm so happy for you. Yo,
so
and I made 2 pages, Chom.
happy.
sounds about right.
That's it.
You must keep warm, okay, Courtney?
Yeah.
Yes, please do.
If you're still here.
Yes, that's the one. I think that's the one that I
Yeah,
heard.
that's the one I
Yeah.
don't have. This one I don't
Is
have.
this Fred Kumali?
Yeah.
I'll never buy.
So I've heard
I
good things about
I do
dancing,
have beaches.
drill, and witches brew.
I do
Yeah.
have beaches brew as well. Yo, there's a lot of books I still have to read, guys. Oh,
Yeah,
It's
Oh.
not
Dibuka. Dibuka, they will not finish.
Mm.
oh.
We will
But at
finish.
least the local ones, I wanna push. The local ones, they take time to write the next book, you know?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Mhm. I think that's why Nami, this I'm like, yo, at least let me choose 10 that I can focus on
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we
this
were
year. So that
meeting last week, so I had to take out all the books from the bookshelf and move
mm,
the shelf to our room and move all the books. Try and find space for them. Yo, guys, a week later we were done. When was it? 2 days ago. I repacked everything onto the shelf. And then I realized, oh man, something is wrong. My books are like
they
they
don't
normally
fit.
like that, like there's books like how Google's books are, but not
Mm,
above where you can
but
see
behind, yeah.
books
How
behind.
mine were. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know something is wrong. The other day I'm looking for something in the children's cupboard. Do I not find a long stack of
That you forgot about.
the
Which
hell
word?
of
Wow.
like hypo? She's like, that's why it was so empty the other day when I was wiping here. I'm like, but you know, I forgot
How does she know your life? Maybe you gave your books away, Che.
this long in the cupboard. I put everything because I was hiding all the books, all the
Because of the
movie
pain. Yeah.
bathtub, and I covered them
Mm.
so that they don't paint over them. Yo, guys, I've got too many books.
There's no
Like, you
such
know
thing.
how you
There's never such
when
a thing.
got
Many books.
when I got the second bookshelf, I was so excited. I'm like, yes, I'm gonna have space. I'll have space for
No,
all the
what's
new books. But I forgot that every single one of my shelves was double stacked. So everything is spread out. I still don't have space. I can't
Mm.
put any extra books anywhere. I don't have space. So I'm like, so what must I
and
do now?
we cannot be living to buy bookshelves. This is the other thing.
Oh,
There
I
comes a
don't
time. Comes a time where you must draw a line.
I don't have space. There's no there's
They
anything else
see.
except for
Yeah.
filling the house with book cards, which I can't do. So the
No.
only option is to read and push out whatever does not need to be
The
here
last time
anymore.
I was home, I was picking my bookshelf. I unhold about 60 books because I was like,
Hmm?
what?
I
What
can't.
60?
No, I've got attachment issues. At least 15 at a time, not 60. I
Or
can't.
No,
even 15,
you
I
know
feel
what?
like is a lot.
Those are the odd ones, the series that I never finished buying, and I feel like I'm not
Mm,
gonna read it anymore. You know, the
mm.
odds and ends, those ones. Also, when I was like finding myself as a reader, I'm like, yo, guys, this book
You are
really.
buying
Some stage
everything.
I was buying wrong books, guys. Yeah, it was
Mm.
a
When you're
mess.
testing yourself out.
There was a book I bought. Oh, the cover looked good. The back I read, only to see a number here. It was book 20 of something. I was like, wow.
Not yet. Not put it down.
You can Williamsing us. You
Tell the truth. That book 20, please. Cat William, tell the truth. It was not.
just can Williamsing us unless it's a graphic novel.
Cat Williams, is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That book 20.
Yo, so it's all those books. Yo, even 50 Shades is there. I only have book one, book three, and gray. It's like all things I'm never ever gonna finish,
Mm.
collecting. Yeah.
Or
So
even
it's all
reading.
those.
It's over.
Yes.
Yeah, plus
Mm.
also you were
My
working at a
my
bookshop,
James
so
Patterson.
you could rack up the books very easily.
Yeah.
Say again?
I'm saying you're working at a bookshop, so it's easy to like pile up on the books
Yeah.
quickly.
Yes.
Unlike us who go visit like once in a while.
Yeah. So I had all the time. Yeah. It was like a throwback. It's like I was um alphabetizing the like the fiction
Oh, God.
section in a
And
bookstore, like taking out all
oh,
the wrong books to place them somewhere else where they belong. Yeah.
I'm actually curious, how do you pack your bookshelf since you did work in a bookstore and you had to pack the books in alphabetical order? Do you do that in your
And
house?
no, Mina, in my shelf, I'm putting them according to authors.
Okay. Oh,
Otherwise,
but yeah, but okay, but
and
not
genres, like
necessarily
my
alphabetical.
poetry together, like that.
Mm,
Yeah, I try to keep
okay.
my African fiction. I'm putting them according to categories, not
Mm,
according to what alphabetical. Yeah, that's
yeah.
gonna be a mess. Then yeah, for me, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
then my poetry is gonna be mixed with African fiction, and I was that
Yeah.
person. My books must be
It,
like, yeah,
it's happening here.
it's like how I even have a small side shelf for nonfiction. Not my nonfiction, it's only poetry that's within my fiction. Then I have my nonfiction aside. That's how I like to organize them. Yeah.
Do you guys classify poetry as nonfiction at
I
the shop?
think it's oh
At
at
the
the
shop.
shop.
At the shop,
Where does it
yes.
sit, Vet?
I forgot that think it's fiction. Must I'll get you are making things up there.
You
What
are
is
making things
nonfiction
up.
about? What is you know?
Where does poetry sit?
Shall I compare you to a summer's day? Give fiction this thing.
No, I'm
Because you
gonna
find it really in between
Fiction
somewhere,
land, oh, a fiction land.
unless you go to
well, it
exclusive books
actually
and they
had
have
its
a
own
poetry
space. It
section.
had its
But
own
but
space.
but
Poetry has its own
okay,
poetry
yes, but
section. Yeah.
if we understand of books as being fiction and non-fiction,
Yeah. Ne?
that one it's fiction.
Mm,
Their own.
Hi, come on.
Yeah.
mm.
Eh,
But Zalani, church is out until we meet again for the morning
I
prayer.
love
Amen.
I love how everybody
Amen.
tells us. Everybody's telling us, "Kuti Papa Yini, it's time to go."
We are here.
Okay. Bye, guys. Thank you so very much for joining.
Bye.
Good. Bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.